You know when man gets it.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. If everybody could please find a seat, we can begin. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, May 25th. We are here for a school board briefing meeting. Ms. Vaughn is not able to be here today. She is online with us. Are you there, Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli, are you here as well? Okay, so we know we have Ms. Vaughn with us. Today we're going to be speaking to Human Resource Recruitment and Onboarding Internal Audit Report through our board auditors, RSM. Then we will proceed to Purchasing and Procurement, Compliance, Internal Audit Report. That's another 30 minutes. And then we also have our RSM Statement of Work. We're spending the day with RSM today, folks. Thank you for being here. And then we will proceed down to the Adult Code of Conduct for the first reading, and then the Student Code of Conduct, pre-K 5 through 6-12, briefing for the first reading. And RSM, or Human Resource Recruitment and Onboarding, internal, that's Matt, if you all would come up here and sit down. And then whoever is going to be presenting, if they would just please state their names. Can you get in? And welcome, everybody. And Matt, congratulations again. Thank you. Who's the new daddy?
Oh.
All right.
Are the mics working?
Is this microphone on?
Not yet.
Hello? Yep.
Not,
It's, I hear something.
Is it on?
not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
I think you may want to say something to test it.
Jason or communications, can we please make sure that their mics are, is there a button to push over there? Yep.
There it is.
Are we on?
I hear you when you hit it. Sir,
I hear it too.
just, yeah, just begin.
Good afternoon. We are here to present the first of our two internal audit reports for you today. The first one here is on the Human Resources Recruitment and Onboarding process. So I'll give a brief introduction to the report, and then I'll hand it over to Sean, who is the manager that completed the bulk of the work in the report. So the human resources onboarding and recruiting process is exactly as it sounds. We conducted an internal audit to test the in use by the Human Resources Department for recruiting and onboarding.
I'm sorry, Matt. I hate to interrupt you. Is there any way that we can put this on the screen so that the people that in the audience can see?
Is that what this one is? Yeah, I can.
I think they're putting it up.
Because I know I see them looking around, but they're not seeing anything. That way it's easier to follow along with you.
The mouse option? I don't know, actually. Maybe there's a pointer.
It's the fourth one from the bottom there.
Working?
Yeah, go all the way down. Go up now. Looks like it's the fourth, yeah.
Fourth
Gittins
from the
is right.
bottom.
Fourth from the bottom.
Yep, I'm trying to just go up with it. Doesn't seem to.
Oh, I thought they were doing that.
I think, Joe, can you assist maybe?
I think it's on her.
We have somebody that's going to help you here.
Okay.
Two more down, Joe.
Thank you for your patience. There you go. Thank you so much.
Sure. The scope of the audit period covered for this audit was December 1st, 2019 through December 1st, 2020. So the purpose of doing it that way was so that we could cover some of the hiring procedures that happened, of course, in the pre-COVID environment, as well as some of the hiring procedures to account for any changes that occurred to deal with some of the certain COVID restrictions, of course, that everybody was placed on. So what we did was we looked at the population of new hires for that period and then selected a sample from that population. And the sample was spread across different departments that did hiring and as well as different types of positions. So staff level positions, manager and director level positions as well, so that we could have a good example of the process to make sure that it was a consistent process for all types of positions regardless, and that it followed policy as we understood it. So we do have 5 observations in the report that we'll run through. Each observation includes an observation, a recommendation, as well as management's response. So from here, I'll turn it over to Sean to walk through the details specific to the report.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And just to introduce myself, my name is Sean Brennan, and I'm with RSM. So first off, I just want to kick this off I wanted to thank Dr. Angela Pruitt and her team for the help throughout this audit. They were very knowledgeable, and they were a pleasure to work with. So I'll do that. So if there's a way, I'll kind of start with the executive summary. If you don't mind going to the next page. Okay, you do it for me? Cool. Okay, so this part is just a high-level overview of the district and the division of which HR is. I just want to clarify that I might use the word department throughout this, but I want to say that HR is a division. So if I use it interchangeably, please forgive me. It should be division. We also want to just outline kind of the scope of work that we were engaged to perform, and also, to Matt's point, draw attention to the 5 observations that I will be going through later on in this report. The next few pages are just some background information about the district and the division. We can skip through that. And there's just some information about the structure of the division, how they stack up with other jurisdictions, other counties around there. Just with some more background information. We did want to call out one thing that we felt that HR was doing well. One thing that they had implemented this year was kind of a review of the job descriptions. They've also been converting a lot of their training to an online format due to COVID, so we wanted to give them some good call out for there. And then we also, on the next tab, the next page, kind of break out basically the functions of HR. So we talk about recruiting, selection, and the onboarding. And then there's a little chart that just kind of outlines a little bit more detail of the specific functions. All right. And then lastly, just part of the background, we go on to some demographic information that just compares just how the applicants that we tested line up with the county as a whole. So that was just some more demographic. This is all, again, background information for the department and for the county. So then the next piece is just some statutes that we looked at. These are some Florida, but also county-specific ones that we did address and take into account for our testing. And that's all the background information. So next, I'd like to go into the observations. There's 5 of them. The first one deals with the decentralized nature of the HR division. We understand that a lot of districts use this approach, but there's just some inherent issues with this. One of the things that we identified was just a lack of consistent scoring rubric. So to kind of demonstrate how an employee was selected for the position. We found that the instructional departments use this scoring rubric, however, no other departments were using that. And just due to the centralized nature of that, we noticed some other issues related back to the form and document retention, which we'll expand on later in another observation. Observation 2 relates back to pre-employment drug screening. There's kind of 2 parts to this one. The first is just that we were unable to see evidence in the employee files that a pre-employment drug screening was performed. We just kind of recommended that this be implemented. And then the second piece was just for the district to perhaps consider having a pre-employment screening be done for all employees. Currently, the requirement is that safety-sensitive positions are being tested, and that's mainly in transportation. And then we just provided some context, kind of what other districts were doing. It's possible you can look at a cost-benefit analysis to perhaps consider that for all pre-employment screenings, but we just want to give some context what other districts were doing with that. and we have management's response for that one. The third one relates back to just some specific forms. It's the I-9 forms and the loyalty oaths. So what I-9 forms deal with are just immigration and verifying that employees are eligible to work in the U.S. And we just identified a few of the forms were complete or not accurate, and we spelled it out there. The fourth issue relates a little bit back to the first one, and just the fact of the decentralized nature of the district. And what happens is that some forms were missing. And I believe with Dr. Pruitt's recommendation of having a checklist, I think that's going to be great to help address this observation we identified. And then the last observation relates back to, I'll call them atypical hires, but what they are, the board allows for hiring of individuals who don't meet the minimum qualifications as long as the board finds it acceptable. So we do identify that when these jobs are presented to you, you guys aren't always aware of that. They're kind of presented in a packet. So we just we recommended that perhaps those specific ones be called out to the board as opposed to being grouped in as one kind of packet for this observation. And I believe management has already responded that they are going to find an appropriate way to present that to you guys.
And so just to provide a little bit of clarity about our process when we conduct these internal audits. So first we sit down with management and process owners to get a really good understanding of the process
Excuse me, Matt, could you please,
that works.
that's better. Thank you.
That we first sit with management and process owners to gain an understanding of the various processes and controls within the function to understand how it's supposed to work as it's been explained to us. Then what we do is we select samples for testing, and we conduct that testing, right? So as Sean mentioned, as we went through some of the exceptions or the observations that we found, we test to make sure that these documents are in place, that they're signed, and that they're done and completed in accordance with the policies and with certain regulations as we understand them as well. So once we've compiled the results of those testing, we sit down back again with management to go over the results of them and to make sure that everybody understands what we're talking about and that we haven't missed anything or forgotten something. And then from there, we obtain the management's responses to the observations, and then we also reviewed these reports with the superintendent before transmitting them to you today. So just wanted to let you guys kind of know what our process is. It's the same process that we followed for the facilities construction report that was presented last year.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions this time? Ms. Gittens?
What is the next step in the process? I mean, did you talk about timing as far as putting these recommendations into place, or does it need to come to us to approve and then it gets put into place? I'm not sure of the timing of that.
Yes, ma'am. So the process for a traditional internal audit program is to have estimated completion dates, which are included in the report here, for what management's action plan. Management says, you know, we will do this. This is when we think we'll have it done by.
Oh.
Internal audit programs then typically have a follow-up process where we would wait, and maybe every 6 months or a year, kind of depending on the nature of the observations and the timing of when they're to be completed, we would then conduct follow-up on a recurring basis for the prior reports that were issued where management had said it was going to be done by a certain date. We look at everything that was done by that cutoff. We test additional samples to validate that what management has said they were going to do has actually been implemented, and then that would be presented to the board in a follow-up report.
And are those follow-up visits scheduled or unscheduled?
So it would depend on the board and how the board would wish to engage an audit firm to do that. But they would typically be every 6 months or every year, and we would just pick up all the observations that had been completed in, say, that last 6 months or that last year, conduct follow-up testing, and then present the results.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a question then. Based on what you just said, so do we have a follow-up process for something like this? And what would be, and would that be your time frame, would be a 6 months time frame?
We don't currently have a follow-up included in our statement of work. Again, if the board decided to enact a follow-up program, that's certainly something that we could include in the next year's statement of work.
Okay, because seriously, I think it's important. I mean, if we go ahead and we pay for an audit and we see things that need to have some correction, and then we just let it hope that it will be corrected, that's wrong on our part of not making sure that we're following up with, to see that this has gone through. I don't know if anybody else has. Ms. Gittens?
Dr. Pruitt, I don't know if you're prepared to answer, but I'd kind of like to hear your perspective on some of the items. I know you prepared the recommendations and dates and all of that. And this time of year, we are looking at doing quite a bit of hiring. So how feasible do you see getting all these things in place for that influx of hiring for next year?
Thank you, Ms. Gittens, for the opportunity. I mean, I'm very pleased with this audit and with the amount of work that we do in human resources and the amount of transactions. For the most part, we have completed our management actions. Because, as they said, it really has been an ongoing dialogue, and has been a pleasure to work with the folks from RSM. And the only one that really is sort of outstanding, well, there's two outstanding. One has to do with the pre-employment drug testing of all employees that we hire, because there is a huge financial cost to that. And so I'm working with RSM to figure out how we might be able to do that cost-benefit analysis to see if that is something we would like to undertake. The other one is relative, I'm going to work with Ms. Bruno relative to how we want to best inform the board when there are applicants that don't meet the requirement. But in terms of the all the other items, we have already done hiring the Lee County Way training with all of our administrators, so everyone has been retrained. All positions now require a rubric and require that they upload all of the documents into PeopleSoft. And we have been spot checking that ourselves because it's just newly implemented. The check sheet is in place, so I feel very comfortable about the things that we have done. And like I said, the two outstanding, I feel confident that we can, with some further discussion with staff, that we can address that.
Well, and two things. One, on the hires that do not have all of the qualifications yet. And I know we have to post that for the public to see if we hire a teacher and have them teaching that.
For instructional, right. And for, in some cases, there might be a board policy that allows us to hire folks that don't meet the hiring guidelines. Sometimes you all will approve, like for our drivers. Sometimes in the past you've approved for our guest teachers. So there are some of those that are inherent in the board policies that you approve. However, there are some positions where, a lot of times we'll discuss that with you in our one-on-one meetings. We'll come to you and say, as a result of, here's the work experience this person has, but I see what RSM is saying. We would like to more formalize that, so there's some documentation that we have provided you that information, and not just those informal conversations that we've had in those one-on-one meetings.
And my last, thank you, and my last question is that sometimes when you are going along doing the work every day and you stop and have people help you kind of look at what you're doing and start unpacking it, you may find things yourself that, like, oh, we need to look at this. Are there any of those areas that kind of popped up as a result to you?
Honestly, the timing, I agree with you. And honestly, the timing was really great because of all of the changes we made as a result of the pandemic in human resources. And so it really was sort of good to have those outside eyes come in right at this time that allowed us to put in some of those things in place. So it was we appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you.
Are there any other, Ms. Patrica?
So I wonder, and I don't know if this is a question for RSM or for you, Dr. Pruitt, to what extent does Florida Statute 1012 limit our ability to centralize hiring of teachers in the buildings?
I couldn't answer from the legal perspective. I will tell you from just the human resources perspective, it would certainly be a total transformational change that would require, more staff if we were to do that. And I would say to you that I don't, and I would also defer to Dr. Atkins, because, you know, he was very successfully in this role for quite some time, that principals, there's that culture and fit piece that we really can't, you know, capture here down at the district office. So I think it would be a big piece, but I'll defer to Dr. Atkins to.
You put me in charge of a turnaround school and hold me accountable to that school. I want to have some autonomy in terms of choosing staff. It's just like if you choose a superintendent, it's the same thing. If you want them to be successful, part of it is holding them responsible to the staff that they hire. If you do centralized hiring and farm it out, as I've seen in other districts, it's just my perspective on it.
So when I see all positions require utilizing a rubric, you don't mean a district rubric, you mean a rubric that's created at each school?
Actually, we've gone to a system where, based on the job description, the knowledge, skills, and abilities, it pre-populates a rubric. There is the availability for the department or school to add some columns. You know, for example, if you are a Kagan school and you wish to get someone with Kagan experience, you could add that column, but it literally populates from PeopleSoft to an Excel spreadsheet, and they populates with the names, and they can complete that. And then there's also interview banks. We have banks of questions that are specific to the job descriptions, and that's one of the, we have had that for teachers, but we're increasing it for all of our job descriptions at this time, so that we know that the questions that are being used, the rubric that's being used, it's all based on the job description, so that there aren't questions being asked that might not be appropriate.
Okay, so is that in response to this audit, or is that a process that was already in place?
It was already in place for instructional positions, and we were already moving towards adding all jobs. So really what this audit did for us is just reinforce that we were headed in the right direction.
Okay, my only comment is a concern that we would be tying the hands of principals in situations like what Dr. Atkins said, not just for turnaround principals. I mean, each campus I walk on is a unique environment, and I just want to make sure that we are giving the leaders in each building the autonomy they deserve and the decision-making authority that they deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a real positive response for the instructional positions, especially with the interview questions. And they can submit questions, so I don't want you to think that they can't, you know, if they can submit questions to us that we will include in the question bank. And honestly, the comments we've received is how much easier it's been made and streamlined due to that process.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, Dr. Pruitt, could you expand a little bit on the loyalty oath?
Yeah, so that is a statutory requirement, and one of the things that we were not doing is having it so that it was formalized in terms of being witnessed and so forth, and so that's one of the things that we have since shored up since it was brought to our attention by the audit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blundell?
Is that all for the HR? All right.
I believe so. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn, did you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good job. So the next audit report, and it's pulled up here for you, is the Purchasing and Procurement Compliance Audit Report. So the scope here for this audit was July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. Again, a good time period of a year to capture some procurements that occurred pre-COVID as well as after the pandemic to account for some of the changes that were made to the procurement process as a result. If you'll recall, a portion of our scope for the facilities audit actually did include procurement specifically related to construction projects. So that was something that was kind of separately tested in a prior report. This report focuses on the rest of the procurements. And again, similar to the way that we selected our sample for the HR audit, we did a similar methodology here where we obtained the population of all procurements that were completed in that time period, and then selected a sample of procurements across different types, be it an RFP, an RFQ, an invitation to bid, those different types of procurements, to obtain a good sample of the different processes that would have been employed for, specific to each of those types of procurements. So again, we met with management to discuss the process, and worked with them, and they were very helpful throughout our audit and providing the documentation that was requested. And so we do thank them, considering especially, if you guys recall, it's within a few years ago, the procurement director position turned over, and then at the very beginning of our audit, the procurement director left. And so Ms. Millay had to kind of take over that responsibility in addition to all of her other responsibilities. So we know that, the timing of the audit probably placed some burden on her, and we do appreciate her cooperation and assistance, and her staff's cooperation and assistance throughout the completion of these procedures. I know it was some extraordinary times for the district there. So to walk through the report, I will turn it over to Weiss Campbell. He's a supervisor with RSM, and he will walk you through the report and the observations.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just ask, if possible, can we zoom out a little bit on the PDF, just so as I click through it, everyone can see the...
Yeah, right there?
And I guess that'll make it a little bit more difficult.
No, they can't read it that way.
Yeah, we'll zoom it back in. I apologize. Thank you. Looks like it might be a little too far back out now. That should be fine. Okay, perfect. Well, again, good afternoon. I appreciate your time today, and I want to reiterate what Matt just said. I would describe it as a significant burden that was put onto Susan and her team, and I think they collaborated in the best they possibly could, and it was a pleasure to work with them, and we really appreciate their collaboration. Again, we have a similar framework here, so I'll kind of walk you through briefly the background section, this executive summary here, and I think what the intent of this page is to just give you a little bit of background into the procurement function, the stakeholders of which they serve, and the many services of which they provide. It also provides just a brief overview of some of our objectives and scope during the performance of this audit. It also highlights the 4 observations that were identified during this review. And on the next page, what you'll see here is a brief overview of those findings right here. But for the purpose of your time, I'll kind of just walk you through this background section, starting here on page 4. I think the intent of this section is really just to provide an insight into the organizational structure that's in place, the procurement processes, the types of procurement, and as well as the relevant competition and approval requirements that are in place. So that's what these pages here provide, just a greater detailed analysis into kind of some of those complex challenges that are in place for the procurement function, some of the different types of solicitations that are in play, and how those solicitations make up the total procurement function for our audit period. A little bit of context into how many of those that we have, at least over our audit period. And then lastly here, what you'll see is just a quick illustration that kind of brings all of these things together. Based on the threshold, there's certain requirements that the procurement function must meet, certain documentation requirements, certain approval thresholds, and those are outlined here on this page. Similar to what Sean spoke to, as you can imagine, there's many different laws and guidelines that the procurement function is subject to. We outline some of those here, including some of the board policies. The state statutes as well are outlined here. Perfect. And then lastly, before we go into our specific observations, what we did was in greater detail than we did on page 2 on our executive summary. We talked through what our objectives were as well as our approach. I think it's important to note that this was a design assessment. The intent was to take a look at the different controls that are in place and to evaluate the design of those controls as well as the operating effectiveness of the controls that are in place. I'll go ahead and jump into our first observation here. And I'll ask, if possible, if we can just scroll down just so we could see as much of the observation as possible. Perfect.
Okay.
So the nature of this first observation is related to vendor management. So through conversations with management, what we noted was that there is not currently a formal process for managing a master vendor file. And so this is critical as it allows the district to actually have control over any changes that are made to vendors within the system. It obviously allows them more control over the vendors that show as active within the system. We should note that there is some informal processes for managing this currently, and we did note that. Those are done as determined to be necessary, but what we noted is there is not a formal process for evaluating the vendors that are showing as active within the system. So we may have vendors that have significant inactivity that likely should be deactivated, but we don't have necessarily a formal process for actually facilitating that review and deactivating as determined necessary. We also want to make sure that any changes to a vendor file are tracked and they're approved. That's obviously another benefit of managing a master vendor file. So that's our recommendation here, is that we actually do manage an active vendor file, which is something I think the procurement function agrees is something that would. Before I move to observation 2, are there any questions related to this one?
Can you clarify, so when you're speaking about school lunches, so we should have 95,000 vendors? Because if each one of the student is a vendor, that's a lot of vendors.
No, that's a great question, and that was actually something that Susan has brought up and expressed, that that's something that is in place. I think the nature of the review annually that should be performed is to identify anyone who has an inactivity over a specified period of time. So if a student or a teacher or a parent, if someone was reimbursed and is showing as a vendor in the system, they should be deactivated if they have no intention of interacting with the district again, right? Theoretically, if they have none over, let's say, 6-month period or annual basis, let's deactivate them so that we ensure the integrity of our master file is limited to only vendors which we are actively interacting with.
Gotcha.
So that would be the catch. The initial wave would be more than it would on a continued basis, right, if we were to manage it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Please.
I'll move to, sorry, I got a little ahead of you there. All right, I'll move to observation 2. And the nature of this observation is actually related to those purchases that are made below the $50,000 competitive bidding threshold. I just want to make sure I add a little bit of background here. The procurement function isn't responsible for managing solicitations below $35,000. That's the expectation, is that the department levels will manage those, and the approval thresholds and the illustration in the background section talks through this a little bit. But the nature of our observation is really about monitoring over those non-competitive purchases. We want to make sure that we have a population of which that we can track and manage. There are requirements for how these purchases are required to be facilitated, and if we have no way of identifying a population, then we don't necessarily, we're not enhancing our monitoring function over those. I do want to note that during testing, we didn't note any exceptions with these specific types of purchases during our sampling approach. But again, that is a sampling approach. It's not a reflection necessarily of the entire population. But I do want to note that there were no exceptions found, so that it is indicative, I think, of some of the many informal processes that we have in place that are working. I think our intent behind here is to enhance processes and make sure that we have the ability to hold these different departments accountable, and make sure that we have the ability to perform similar procedures that we performed here in the future.
Right. Ms. Gittens?
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand that you're saying then schools have up to 50,000 that they can purchase and do it internally.
The competitive bidding threshold, anything over $50,000 has to go through a competitive bidding process. Anything below 50,000, I think there's 2 more tiers. There's anything below 35, anything above 35 is managed by the procurement function.
Okay, so over 50 is procurement, under 50 is the schools.
Under 35.
Under 35. And is there any kind of oversight on who the schools can use for, and this may be a question for you guys, because there's over 35, they have to come through you, but under 35, they don't. Is there any kind of making sure that who they use for the under 35 type thing?
Well, yes. So just to clarify, when we're talking about the thresholds over 50,000, we're really talking about over 50,000 district-wide, not as a single purchase, right? So if anything, let's say, for example, office supplies, a school may make a purchase of office supplies that is, $250, but because we spend more than 50,000 district-wide for all of those particular items, then a competitive solicitation is done for those types of items. And then once we have our vendors on bid for those items, then the schools will use those vendors we have on bid for that. So, and that's not everything a school will buy, right? But that's much of the things that a school will buy.
Okay, that's where it was confusing. I was looking at, like, under observation, number 2, monitoring, in that first paragraph under description, that says monitor and manage purchases below the competitive threshold to verify purchases of end users, whatever. So that's what was confusing to me, that I thought it was.
Yes, yes.
So
And
this is still coming through you guys?
Yeah, for the most part. Now, for those things that a school or a department may purchase that doesn't have a competitive solicitation attached to it, or that is, we don't think are going to spend across the board more than 50,000 on that, then we give them criteria to abide by. So as Weiss was mentioning, like the $35,000 to $50,000 to obtain quotes for those things, to shop around those prices. And then we are, also, counseling schools and departments about looking out for best prices for the product and the best quality of the product that you're seeking. So we do give them information on that, but once they're buying something that's off bid or off some kind of competitive solicitation, it is primarily up to that location to shop for what would be the best buy for them, given what they're buying.
Okay, so
is there anything you wanted to add to that, Susan?
I'm sorry. So for example, if I live if the school is in Alva and they have a farm that does strawberries every year and they can get a really good price on strawberries for their school locally, then they can go ahead and do that?
It depends on what they're purchasing those strawberries for, because there are restrictions on food type purchases, right? Based on the law, what they can and can't do. But let's say they were purchasing that food because it had something to do with the lesson that they were giving. It was attached to a teacher's lesson plan. They needed that in order to do that. Then if they documented why it was that they were purchasing that food, then yes, that is the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please continue. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Patrica?
I was just confused about this observation. Procurement is not responsible, but you're recommending that they become responsible? I'm not, and then the management's response was, we're not responsible and we'll keep doing what we're doing. Like, I didn't really understand any of what was written here.
I understand. So we're addressing risk here in this observation, and the risk is that we don't have the ability to identify the population of purchases that do not intend to be bid, like we just discussed, right? So by tracking that, we have the ability to monitor and ensure that the documentation that we referenced is being obtained and that we're consistently documenting those the appropriate way. Currently, the way that the policy is written, anything below $35,000, the procurement function is not directly responsible for managing those specific purchases. What our recommendation is that procurement provide oversight over all purchases because of the risk of a lack of a monitoring function in that case. We're very dependent on the end users providing and keeping all of the relevant documentation to maintain compliance. Our recommendation is that we enhance that function by having procurement, who already has the capacity, the knowledge, the ability to hold all of these departments accountable. We're talking about just an opportunity to enhance here.
Okay, so did you come across any problems in your sampling? Did you find that anything was done wrong here? Is this required by statute?
Great questions. So no, we didn't identify any exceptions during testing. We did have a number of conversations around many different types of purchases that we sampled. I think at the end of the day, though, the support was ultimately able to be provided, which is obviously the end goal. Our concern is really more about being able to utilize this population to enhance our monitoring functions, because there's other benefits of identifying this population. We talked about thresholds. Well, if we track all of our purchases below this, we have the ability to utilize this data to make informative decisions about whether we should change our thresholds based on maybe the number of purchases that are happening below certain thresholds. Without tracking it and having that data set, we may not be able to effectively make the adjustments when we need to, timely.
If I could add a little bit of information there. We do have the ability to report on purchases below a certain threshold. And in fact, that is how we provided the data to you. You asked for purchase orders by dollar amount, and so we can simply query that information from PeopleSoft. The recommendation for processes improvement, as I understand it, is to perhaps regularly run that query, analyze that information, and do something with that to strengthen protocols. What I would add is that the current processes in place are that all purchase orders that come through PeopleSoft, that is, not some of the school-based purchases, are reviewed and approved by procurement agents. So a purchase order is not dispatched unless a procurement agent reviews and approves. So in our dialogue with the discussion of purchase orders valued under $50,000, each time they were reviewed by a procurement agent. Documentation was requested to be added if it was missing, such as additional quotes. And when the procurement agent was satisfied that the purchase could be made, the purchase agent approved it and dispatched the purchase order.
I'm as clear now as I was before the conversation started. I don't understand why we're recommending to fix something that's not broken. What are we looking at in terms of additional staff, time, resources in order to begin tracking under 50,000? What does that look like to the district?
So the recommendation is to create a process to effectively track and monitor all purchases below 50,000. I would propose that we treat all purchases equally because they are all processed through procurement if they're using budgeted funds, and a potential process for improvement is being recommended for greater scrutiny on smaller purchases.
Mr. Trika, did you?
So what does that mean from a staff? Is that a large undertaking for your department?
Well, to clarify, I think within our response, what we were recommending is that we continue what our current operational practice is. So when those purchase orders come through the procurement department, we verify that they received quotes for purchases under $50,000. We are currently in that process. So we weren't necessarily proposing that we do anything additional than what we are currently doing now, which we believe is providing monitoring over these purchases under this dollar amount. And by the sampling that they did, we did not find any exceptions. So our response was that we continue our current operational practice, which in that case would not be any additional effect on the staff.
Okay, Ms. Gittens and then Ms. Morgan.
Okay, yes, this was confusing, but basically you're saying your recommendation is they look closer at something they're already doing to monitor it a little tighter, and you're saying you're already doing it to a degree? Where's the middle?
Yeah. So It comes down to, we've talked about purchase orders, right? There can be a variety of purchase orders associated with a single contract, a single procurement, a single, whatever service was being procured. So the logic is that we enhance the reporting aspect. One thing that Susan has mentioned is that they do have the capacity to pull reports based on PO. What we're asking is that we have the ability to create a reporting or a monitoring component that associates all the POs with whatever procurement item was approved ultimately, and that we track against that. I think that we have a lot of informal processes that try to perform many of these different functions, but we don't necessarily have a formalized process that allows us to, at a single point in time, provide the reporting necessary to make the decisions that we need to.
Okay, so basically you're saying you're already doing it, tighten it up.
Yes.
Okay, so
Formalize
that
it.
so in 6 months when you come, that you can just go to one place and find out, yeah, they do this and this and this, and it's simple and easy to find. I think the confusion is just in the way it was worded, because to say the district should consider denotes to me that it's not happening. So perhaps it's just the way it was worded, that, they're doing it and they just need to tighten it up. And am I correct in saying?
Yeah, we can definitely add the clarifying language to be more specific, but yes, to be.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
Well, so to follow up on that question, is there a cost associated with the recommendation? And what is the risk, financial risk or cost of doing not what you recommend?
So naturally, I couldn't necessarily give you a specific cost of I can only speak to the risk itself. But I would say that ultimately at the end of the day, it's going to be based on your perception of the level of risk and the cost of implementing this. I'm not sure the specific resource requirements. It sounds like, based on the conversations I've had with Susan, that it is a manageable process, something that can be easily implemented. I think the question that needs to be asked from a management perspective is whether that value is necessary, if the resource requirements. That's a decision that's ultimately up to you and your team. We're just identifying the risk of not doing that.
Yep. Amy gets it. Dr. Destamore.
Any other questions?
You said it's our perception of the level of risk? That's the risk associated with this, is our perception of the level? Maybe I didn't understand what you said.
No, I understand. I said it's your perception of risk that'll determine what your action is from here. If you believe it, if you perceive this risk as a high risk that needs to be addressed and we need this reporting, that's a decision that's made by you and your team. So it's your perception. No, we put it in the report because we perceive it as a risk that should be addressed, and our recommendation is outlined as such.
So it's big risk, it's medium risk, it's small risk. What is there a dollar level associated with the risk? Is there a way for you to quantify and help us understand what that level of risk is?
No, that's a great question. Without that listing, right, if we had the listing, I could tell you how many purchases were made within each bucket, right, theoretically is the logic. So that could tell you the materiality of what we're discussing. I know that it's below 50, so naturally everyone sees that as, lower cost and material, but in the grand scheme of things, if we're not obtaining everything that we need, if these are, maybe some of them are slipping through the crack, if we don't have a full understanding of what's out there, there's an operational component that could be missing. There's fraudulent elements that could come into play.
But given the informal processes that are in place, I would put this at low risk currently for the school district.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, ladies? No? Please continue.
Great, so I'll move on here to the third of the four, and this third one is related to, the nature of the finding is related to our purchasing procedures manual. So I think I want to note we do have a policy and it is detailed. What we noted during our review, though, is that it hasn't been updated since 2017. Now, the team has gone through an exercise of updating the policies and procedures related to the construction services. They actually went through that process recently, and I think that they're really proud of the results of that. Our recommendation here is that they go through a similar process for the procurement procedures manual to make sure that everything is updated, not just from an operational perspective, but some of the statutory authorities that are listed on those, we'd like to see those reviewed as well. We understand that policies are reviewed, and there's an informal process for updating them as it's determined necessary based on legislation that's come out that's new. Legal assist in that process. What we're requesting is a periodic, again, a formalized process for reviewing these policies on an annual basis, so that if there are any operational changes in the way that we perform these functions, that they're updated, and that we have a specified time for making those so that they don't slip through the cracks. We did notice that in the policies and procedures, there was a statutory authority that no longer applies, or at least it was determined to no longer apply based on the conversation with legal. So that's just a small example of something that we would like to see, ultimately corrected as part of this process. Again, this is something that we see across many districts. It's not something specific to this procurement. It's always an opportunity to enhance our policies and procedures. I think they have solid ones, and they already understand how to make these changes, so I think it shouldn't be too difficult for them to do that.
Okay. Are there any
More
questions
resource.
regarding this one? Bottom line, we need to update this.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr. Wood.
Bottom line is it needs to be updated. We need to make sure that we're updating as necessary.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn, did you have anything?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
Great. And this last one here is related to the purchasing performance measurement. So I want to start by saying I think that Susan has done a fantastic job utilizing ActPoint, which is something that is utilized to obviously review some of these relevant KPIs and track relevant performance measurements. I think that it's way advanced, and it's an amazing tool that they're using that, and I think that's fantastic. What we noticed during our review was that there has been some changes in the way that we structure the department. It's related to some of the procurement types and how that's impacted some of the data and how they leverage ActPoint. At the time of our review, they weren't able to provide the updated report because the data was inaccurate and they were contained errors, and they were going through an exercise of updating that and correcting it. I think subsequently they have found a way to correct that, and I think their intent is to use that in the future. At the time of our review, what we were simply stating is that if it's identified that they can no longer use ActPoint based on some of the changes that they made, if it's no longer relevant or doesn't assist them in the same capacity, that they explore other opportunities to track those. So again, a low-risk finding because they're already doing a great job of tracking that and reporting on that. We're just making sure that we stay ahead of that, and if ActPoint isn't any longer a resource that we can use, that we identify something new to ensure we continue to utilize this great process.
Any questions? Comments? Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah.
Did you have anything?
No, it's not, and I accidentally called, I had to find back in.
Then, with our increase at this time in construction-related activities, because we're building schools and doing more renovations, is part of the recommendation, it says manual performance monitoring activities should be considered. Is there another program that would be more adept to including all of the things we need included? Or, is that part of the recommendation that we'd be looking for another?
Yeah, I think that would be something that would need to be considered, exploring other options. To be clear, though, it sounds like my recent conversations with Susan recently that ActPoint is something that can continue to be leveraged. I think that's the expectation. The errors were likely a result of the department-wide change in the solicitation processes. So I think there's been some challenges kind of just making sure that ActPoint is able to still give us what we need out of that. And so the manual component was really just included as a note so that if they identify that ActPoint can no longer be utilized, that they understand a manual process should be considered in the meantime.
Thank you.
Ms. Patrica?
I think that going forward, it would be helpful if you could identify the risks and the level of risk associated with your observations so that we can better govern and make policy changes as necessary. The report as it was presented was not very informative to me in terms of the oversight that I provide and what, if any, changes are needed at the district. So perhaps some more guidance from you on that going forward would be helpful.
And I think also that sometimes while you are in the process of doing all this, corrections are being made. It's just like health departments going into the restaurants and you're fixing it as you're there, but it's still noted. And so that's what some of this is, still noted, but it's already been corrected or they're already working on it, correct?
Correct. Susan's been
my
taking an
analogy?
active role in that, correct?
Okay.
But not validated.
But not validated. Too.
Okay, yeah. Ms. Gittens?
Is there, and thank you for that comment, that it's ongoing, and it also depends on when your report's done and it's presented to us, because there are ongoing things. I agree with maybe some suggestions on this recommendation as to other, possible programs to use. And of course, I always go back to the cost. I mean, are there others that you all know of that you just selected this particular one, but you know that, okay, we could use this and this? And what are the cost factors looking at changing from this? Was this the most cost effective, or is there one that's better, or?
So ActPoint KPI is the district-wide utilized tool for comparing our district to the larger school districts in the nation. So there's a standard method of metrics. 500 data points across the district are collected and reported annually. The issue that occurred here is that you may remember that procurement recently took on all of the construction purchasing processes. And as we reviewed the data, we realized for the period of the audit review, we had not included our new construction data set. So therefore, the data set was inaccurate and did not reflect the level of effort performed by the department. So by subsequently, we have gathered information and submitted our 2020 data to ActPoint, and we are up to speed, up to date, 100% submitted. And this standard tool that's used not only for procurement, but for all district initiatives and our comparison to how we perform to our colleagues across the nation. So we would embrace continuing to use this tool, and just had a little blip as we took on more work and needed to make sure that our reporting reflected that.
Okay, are there any other questions? Comments? No? Thank you so much.
For your time.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to remark that I appreciate the dashboard reports and the accessibility. I know I've called RSM a couple times, and Matt or Clara have gotten back to me immediately, and I really appreciate your ongoing support in explaining things. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Millay. And
May I add just one more thing?
oh, yes.
I just wanted to say that one of the things that I thought was particular of note, and we put this in our manager response, was that the largest volume of work in procurement is the management of our competitive solicitations, including our bids, our ITNs, and our RFQs. That process is supposed to be competitive and fair and transparent for expending our taxpayer funds. And there were 0 findings regarding compliance with those regulations. And those positive results, we believe, reflect the development and the consistent use of our process documents and checklists and the rigor of that application by the procurement staff. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank RSM for being able to work with them. And we accept and embrace their suggestions for process improvement, and we have provided our observations and our recommendations to you from management in terms of how we could potentially implement those in light of what it takes for staff time and cost related to that. But I also especially want to thank the procurement staff and Susan Millay, who worked really hard to get all the information together for RSM, but mostly worked really hard throughout the year and all years of trying to be diligent in implementing processes. We've had our share of challenges recently, as you know, related to staff turnover. That's always very challenging when you have a lean and mean staff, and then when you turn that over, that presents some opportunities to be able to continue to train well and be consistent with your processes and with your documents so that we can continue what I see here as being a very positive audit for us. And of course, we will try very hard to do that. So I just thank the procurement staff for all their work, as well as additional staff that is involved in the processes that they describe here. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Desamore, and thank you for sharing that, and we also appreciate what you all do as well.
Chair Jordan, may I?
Thank you. Yes, please.
I think that's kind of what I was getting at. It seems to me like these observations seek a level of perfection that's not humanly capable or humanly possible. When I read this, I was like, well, what are we looking for here? I didn't really quite understand it. And now that we've had the discussion, I get it. You guys are doing a great job. You guys are really, really doing a great job. And I know that every department was taxed, but I'm not remotely surprised. I'm sorry, Ms. Millay. I'm not remotely surprised by these findings. This is my expectation of you. My expectation is here, and you meet it every time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And our success is the team's success, every individual, and also within business services and beyond. We are successful because the bookkeepers and secretaries, the way that they're following processes, our budget and finance teams, our warehouse team, everybody is participating in that success. So thank you very much for recognizing us.
We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one then. Moving right along. And I think this is, I'm not sure who's doing this one. Oh, Mr. Blondell and Ms. Ewing.
Is Kathy
What's that?
presenting this one? So next on the list is, as an SOW, a draft SOW for your review and your approval. I don't know who's pulling up the documents.
I can come over. Is it right over here?
From the computer? Sure. Jump over.
I'm not going to try.
How many people does it take to open a file, right?
It's better than me. I couldn't jump that.
I'd still be standing here.
So just a brief overview. As you recall, in our SOW, our original SOW back from October, we talk about other tasks, other areas to look at, but those areas would need to be approved by the board before we are allowed to proceed with anything. So that's what this SOW is covering. If you go to the next page. So we were asked to review the Booster Club draft updated policies and procedures. And then we were also asked to review the draft audit committee charter. So this is just to get your approval to proceed, minimal hours, minimal cost to be able to review these items for the board. And then lastly, talking about future ad hoc requests. Again, currently our SOW is stipulated to where we are not to proceed with anything unless we get approval by you all. So this is this last area is to allow for some agility in being able to work with your board attorney for additional requests that she may have and need us to do further research, guidance on, et cetera. Kathy, I don't know if you want to provide some comments on that as well.
I think you said it exactly well. There's been some roadblocks, if you will, because of the prior SOW and not allowing for us to be able to discuss certain issues until it comes back before the board. So this has been a little bit problematic for us. So this is why this SOW is coming before the board at this time.
Okay, so comments? Ms. Morgan?
So my comment would be, I'm not keen on, at this point, just having the board attorney or the board chair make a request of RSM without board approval or knowledge, or I should say, without board knowledge. Certainly, I'm not sure, not asking for a board meeting and a consent agenda item, but I just don't think there needs, this is too open-ended for me.
Ms. Patrica and then Ms. Fisher.
I have a high level of discomfort with that as well. I think that I would prefer to come together as a board and go through the evaluation of RSM before we decide to put more money into this, especially without board approval. I understand, if I may acknowledge, Attorney Dupree-Bruno, the concerns and the limitations that you have. I'm not there yet. I'm not comfortable. So if we can have that discussion first, I might be more open to it.
Ms. Fisher?
So what I was thinking was, we need to have some flexibility and agility, and I think that as the attorney is asking for additional guidance, I guess I made an assumption that I shouldn't have, but I thought that we had that board discussion first and directed her, and then had her be the spokesperson for the board, and to be able to involve our board auditor, who, you know, is assigned to us by statute and critical in our oversight of the operations of the district. So I guess I didn't really look at it that way, that it's without board approval for those particular incidents, but we would already have approved a certain amount to be available so that they could continue on with their work. Rarely is anything completed without board approval.
Ms. Gittens?
And I agree with Ms. Fisher. We have to allow people to do their work. And if there's not a trust level, then that's a whole other conversation. But question to the attorney and to you guys, I mean, what are we looking at as, are we looking at an increase in the blanket amount, and I mean, and how much? Because I feel that if we trusted them to hire them, to give them the job to do, and we trust our attorney and there are things that need to be done, we give them a ceiling of an amount and let them do what they have to do and report back. So what are we talking about?
So the last SOW had, I believe it was 2 line items, one for ad hoc and one for meetings, none of which we have not have not charged any time for any of that. So that's what this is. So the first 2 items on this SOW talk about the audit committee, review of that charter, and review of the booster policies and procedures. So that would be covered under what has already been kind of allocated, but again, we have not expended any time because the process is we have to get your approval before we proceed with anything. So here's your dollar amounts for those areas right here. So the area covered, the last area covered is kind of one of those unknowns. So this way, let's say another policy and procedure comes up that Attorney Dupree-Bruno needs guidance and assistance for us to review. This would allow for agility for us to be able to do that before it comes back to you. But, you know, we would be communicating with her on the hours and the dollars associated with it.
So am I to understand then, every time something new comes up, that she will talk with you about it, and as it stands now, then you have to come back to us and say, can we do this?
Correct.
And I know that that happened with the Booster Club situation, and it just causes delays. I personally feel like, you know, you do a contract that gives them a certain dollar amount and the level of confidence for them to work with our attorney. If we say that every time something different comes up, they have to come back, we're basically saying we don't trust either one of you. And you got to come back so we can tell you how much you can spend. So I think in my humble opinion, that we should set a limit and let them do what they have to do.
Ms. Morgan?
So I'm content with the way this has been handled, the 2 items that they want to do, the Booster Club audit and the audit committee. I'm happy to come back and look at this again after the audit committee is in place. But frankly, you know, it's our responsibility to make certain that funds expended are consistent with our mission and vision. And I think that, you know, delegating responsibility away in terms of people having the opportunity to expend funds without board oversight is not where we want to be. But it's set. But again, I'm happy to look at this when we have a better understanding of what the audit committee is going to do and what our relationship with them is and their relationship with RSM, et cetera, et cetera.
Ms. Gittens?
Okay, so in response to that, right now we're saying we have a double check system that we have to go through them and through the attorney. The attorney talks with them, there's an issue that comes up, she has to get with RSM, then RSM has to come to us. If our attorney is here and knows what a situation comes up, say it's about playgrounds or whatever, and the attorney is aware of it, she's here, can she not bring that forward to us rather than having to come back together with RSM and everybody get together? She is aware of the situation. She is able to present it to us and say, here's what's up, can we go forward? And it's boom and it's done. Attorney Bruno, does that sound like something that is feasible?
It's clearly to the board's discretion, anything that would allow some flexibility, because, for example, the Booster Club manual that we have worked with, staff has worked with, we had a plan to bring it to the board in April or May, and then start training, has been delayed because RSM needs to come back to the board to get approval to be able to review it and finalize it. So anything that allows some flexibility so we can move forward with some of these projects would be appreciated.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Fisher and then Ms. Morgan.
So then, RSM, our board auditor, is our employee, just like our board attorney. So they're on an equal level, for one thing. So Attorney Bruno then does not have to come to us every time she contracts out with an external firm or unless it's supersedes a certain amount. So what I see that they're asking for here is that a request of the board attorney would be up to $5,000 per instance flexibility. A request of the board chair would be up to 10, not to exceed the total budget for meetings, request, and research already approved by the board. And that if the board requests a greater than $10,000, or if the cumulative total of requests exceeds the budget, then they would come back to us. So to me, that seems kind of reasonable, and I don't think that is a whole lot of money when we think about the work of the district and the information that we need proceeding. And for instance, we're held up on the manual for the booster clubs, and we're also held up now on our process with the audit committee. I mean, it's been a couple months now, and we haven't made any movement because they're waiting to come back to us and get our approval when we already agreed we needed it.
Well, to me,
Ms. Morgan?
To me, it's a schedule problem. I mean, this has been sitting out there. We got this documentation months ago. But it should have just been on our agenda. We should have talked about it. We should have done it. I mean, the delay is because of us. We haven't dealt with it. And for whatever reason, I mean, Attorney Dupree Bruno shared this with us a long time ago. Now, if what you're saying is that we've directed the board attorney, and I don't know why we would, but if we directed the board attorney to handle the audit thing and the booster club thing, then yeah, I think we do have to give her some indication of how much we're willing to spend, and then direct her to go, instead of having her to come back and say to us, well, it's going to cost exactly this amount and we have to pay for it. But again, I'm wondering about the whole relationship thing we've set up here, and who's responsible for what, and why are we directing certain things to take place. So I think we need to do some tightening on our part, and I think we need to come back and review it, because I think important questions are being raised here, but I'm not ready to move forward. Other than I am ready to move forward to approve the expenditure for the expenditure for the Booster Club manual and the expenditure for the
Audit committee.
Thank you.
And that's an important conversation, I think, for us to have.
And
Yes,
if I,
thank you.
go ahead, Ms. Gittens, and then.
No,
I'm gonna-
you can go ahead
Okay,
and
what I was
speak.
going to say is, when we say that both of them are our employees, Mr. Prebrun is with us 24/7. So we are always constantly in conversation with her, and she is here. Regarding RSM, they have a written document of what they do and what they do not do. So based on that, they have to wait for us to tell them all the time, where we could go into her office and go, Mr. Pre-Bruno, what do you think about whatever? You know, or whatever we're working on. They are employees, but it's different, definitely different. And then even with the, and I'm going to go there with the hotline. We have a hotline that, is supposed to go down and then go to them, which we need to make sure, we need to change some of this stuff so it can go to them, so they can look at that and disseminate it, because we are spending money now on a conflict attorney where this money is going, that's being put out there all the time because it's not being sent to them. And we need to change that up so that they can do what they do. So that's just an additional piece of information. Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with, are you getting a buzz on you? Okay. I agree with the comment that Ms. Fisher and Ms. Gittens have made. I really feel like we need to put some trust in our employees, and the process with the bond manual, I don't know where the problem lies in terms of scheduling, but I can see that we would definitely have more agility if we had the minimum amount that the Bruno could use, or the board chair could use with the notification of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. And I know right now, too, the booster, Ms. Gittens, I'm sorry.
No.
The booster club, the review of the booster club guidelines and the review of the board policy 1.171 has been sent to the finance committee, so they also have been looking at this as well. So that was part of, because we're waiting on this, because it's been 7 months. And so I know that they had it, and a lot of the people on the finance are they're audits for their booster clubs as well. So they are definitely looking at it. And I know we had our team looking at it, principals looking at it, everybody looking at this booster club guidelines. So I don't know if we want to continue that, or if we want to take it back in and take a final look at it ourselves and go with it, or do we need to do this? Ms. Gittens.
Okay, two things. One, I kind of take exception on page 3, under the ad hoc requests of the board chair having the ability to be able to spend up to $10,000. I think if it comes to that point, that should be the board. I feel that, we just need to set a parameter of a price, and if there's discrepancy about it, and I'm sure as things come up, like with the Booster Club, we all knew about that because that came before us. And something isn't going to just come up out of the blue and go directly to the attorney and RSM, and they make that decision. As different topics and situations come up, we're aware of that. And so we make that initial decision and then say to them, okay, do within this. We also have the updates, which are how often? Bi-weekly? We have the bi-weekly update that gives us information exactly what they're doing within that time period. We have the attorney that's here and can explain information to us. I just don't want us to have such tight oversight that we don't get anything done. And I think the Booster Club is a good example of us, dragging the cart down the road and not getting stuff done because we didn't just say, we need to get this done, and here's a deadline. And here's how much we're willing to spend or not willing to spend, so.
And Mr. Prebrino, could you please, as far as the booster guidelines, the booklet, that is completed, correct?
Yes, so the booster guidelines have been completed, I want to say since March, right around March. And the intent from the committee was for it to go to our board auditor to review and make sure that everything was correct, and they've had experience in reviewing these guidelines, and then bring it back to the board. And then from there, once the board approves it, for us to be able to start training staff. So we weren't able to bring it to the board auditor, so then it went to the finance committee to see if we can get any of those individuals to assist us and review it. But it's pretty much completed. We just wanted to have the auditor review it.
Ms. Gittens?
And I hate to keep saying stuff, but just listening to what you said, well, we couldn't get this group, so we went here. We just need to have a process in place, that if something comes in, we do this, and we do this, and we do this. If there's a hiccup, then we come back to the board if necessary and say, okay, we can't do this in the process, so what do we do? But to me, it's a simple 1, 2, 3, 4 process, and we go from there. I think Ms. Fisher had her hand up.
Ms. Fisher?
So just to make a point, I mentioned before about the accessibility of RSM, even though they're not in-house. They're available to us in a moment's notice during business hours, just as our board attorney is, although she resides here. And the review process is what we do need to talk about. I mean, we need to make sure that we all understand exactly what it is. So regarding the board chair being able to approve up to $10,000 per instance, but there's a caveat there that says not to exceed the total budget for meetings, requests, and research already approved by the board. So she would probably come to us, whoever the board chair would be at the time, to make sure that we're all on board with that. The chair serves at the pleasure of the board and does not make individual decisions without the approval of the colleagues. So I think that's a safety net right there. And then I think for the hotline, that's another conversation. Yeah. Thank you.
Chair, are we going to have the discussion about the hotline?
I think we do need to have that conversation about that. I don't know if this is the appropriate time for this, or...
Is that a part of the scope of work?
Mr. Prebrino? It's not a part of this scope.
I wasn't going to say anything about the hotline, but I did want to give the board an example. For example, the board does ask me to review and hire outside counsel when needed. And so just as an example, there was a recent issue where I hired outside counsel for, I think it was $10,000 or $15,000 to review some documents for us and to start talking to staff. And as outside counsel determined whether or not we had a good case and the price would exceed $50,000, I did go back to the board and advise the board that I think we need to move forward with this particular counsel, and this is why. I discussed these things with you during our one-on-one, so you are aware, and that formal contract did come before the board. So I would anticipate something similar, but I need to be able to have some flexibility with RSM so that we can move forward with some of the work that we need to do.
And I agree, because we are holding their hands. Ms. Patrica, I know you had something.
Again, I would say that we've not even evaluated this employee, and we're going to give freedom to other people to approve expenditures by RSM. I don't recall saying that we wanted RSM to evaluate the guidelines. I recall saying that we wanted to have the superintendent task the superintendent with putting together a plan and having the board review it. And if we still had concerns, then we would have it looked at by somebody on the outside. And my recollection, I don't want to get into the evaluation right now because I don't think this is the appropriate time, but my recollection of the waste, fraud, and abuse policy initial drafts, they were horrible. They were absolutely horrible. I'm not clear on why we need outside help in creating an audit policy, of which there are many, many examples across the state of Florida already adopted by school boards. So, like, the fact that we're having this much discussion over these two expenditures is proof to me that we need to retain this control at this point. Again, after I get the perspective of all of my colleagues with regard to the performance of RSM up to this point, I might feel better. But right now, stuck inside my own head on what I've seen, I am not comfortable with this.
Okay, so this is brought before us because we, as I said, it's been 7 months now. So this is something that would be a consensus that would come on to the action meeting for tonight for a vote. So where do you all want us to go with, as I said, 7 months? Where do we want it to go for the guidelines? The audit committee's been sitting there. We've been struggling on that forever. We need to get this stuff done. I know we have a lot that we're doing, but this stuff has to, it has to be done. And I know we did have to move this off of one agenda because something else of really important things that we had to get done was put on instead of this. So I just need to know where you all, what you all want to do and where are we going with this? So if...
I have a question.
Skittins?
Okay. I thought we were going to talk about scope of work and their evaluation and all that today. Is that not true?
That's not today.
Okay. So, the first thing I think is the audit committee should have already been in place, and we can't do the audit committee because we don't have in place what RSM is going to do. Is that correct?
No.
With the audit committee? So
There's nothing to do
then
with that.
tell me why we don't have the audit committee, because if we had the audit committee, that would be another stopgap in making sure of what we do. They would have a say-so in that.
So when we had the last discussion with regards to the audit committee in March, RSM was present, and the board directed that there were certain things that they instructed both RSM to do in terms of revising the audit committee, but RSM needs to have a formal vote, if my understanding is correctly, to be able to do that because it's not in the original scope of work. That's what's noted in this new scope of work, specifically what happened on March 9th and how much it's going to cost for them to be able to do what was requested at that meeting.
Okay, then we need to move forward today, at least with a consensus or something, to move forward with the audit committee process, whatever it is we need to do, to get that across the finish line as soon as possible, along with the discussion on the scope of work. Because if the audit committee and that process was held up because of scope of work, we need to look at that. The evaluation and all of that, the scope of work and the evaluation document were just miles apart. And we're kind of all over the place. But we need to get the audit committee to help put it in place.
Well, and this is where we're at with this because of the fact that they cannot do anything unless they bring this back to us each time, and this is what they've done since March, I believe. Okay, so yeah, it was I know it's been 7 months, but I know, again, in March. So we pushed it off again, but unless we approve that they can go ahead and do the scope of work, because each time that we give them something to do, they have to bring back to us the scope of work, what we're looking at right now, to do. And I think that's why they added that other down there. And that verbiage can be changed, board chair, up to whatever, with the approval of the board, and that can be, which it already says that, research approved by the board. So it already has to be approved by the board anyway. It's not a free-for-all for us to just spend money. Ms. Morgan?
I would like to request that the board chair poll the board about the expenditures for the audit committee and the expenditures for the Booster Club document, and that we agree, well, that would be one, and then two, we agree that we will schedule a workshop to discuss a process whereby we will proceed with this kind of work. I'm asking you to, if you would please poll the board.
That sounds good.
And that's what I was asking was
You did, Ms. Gittens.
do.
Thank you. So now, but when we're saying that, we're pulling the board, this documentation, Ms. Ewing would have to redo. If there's something on here that we do not want, they would have to redo this and send this back to us, this documentation. So just so that you're aware of that.
So, Ms. Jordan?
Yes?
If the board is in agreement to approve the review of the Booster Club guidelines and the board policy, we can correct that in the scope of work and bring it to good cause today.
Right. I just want to make sure that it would not be this document, it would have to be changed. Ms. Gittens and then Ms. Patrica.
Okay, my main thing is, can we just move forward with a consensus of the board for the attorney and RSM to present to us the audit committee information? We need that audit advisory board done. All the rest of the stuff, yes, that needs to be done. We need the audit committee. It's been 7 months, and we have not gotten that across the line yet. That's what I'm asking for specifically, a consensus to move forward to make sure we get that done with a time certain.
So, Ms. Jordan, at this point, I believe that Ms. Morgan said to request that we poll the board for both the audit committee and the Booster Club guidelines. I would request that both of them be considered because both of them have been sitting, and I really do want to finalize those two documents.
Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Patrica?
If I may
And then
ask
Ms.
the attorney a question?
Yes.
Attorney Dupree-Bruno, why is it necessary? We have, you as an attorney, we have a legal staff, we have a network of attorneys across the state. Why is RSM's involvement in this process necessary?
Regarding the audit committee policy, the board requested their involvement in March because there were certain very specific terms that they wanted. They asked them to review it. This is their expertise in terms of audit. So that's my understanding is why the board have requested that. In terms of the Booster Club policy and the guidelines, after staff had created and drafted it, they had requested that the board auditor review it to make sure that there was nothing else that they felt was important and necessary to put in the guidelines based on their expertise as auditors.
Okay, so I'd have to go back and watch the meetings. I don't recall giving that direction.
Yes, we did.
Okay, fine. But I guess the question I'm asking you is, can you write a policy that is effective according to Florida law with the input of your colleagues across the state and the legal department? Do we need this to be effective?
So the policy has been drafted and the board did review it, but then there were certain, if I remember correctly, there were certain terms of art that the board wanted to put in the policy with regards to individuals that had certain backgrounds and knowledge and that kind of stuff. And that is why I believe that the board had requested that the board auditor also review the policy. That's my understanding.
I understand. The question is, do you feel capable of doing it, or do you feel like you need the assistance of RSM to do it well?
Well, I can do the policy, but if I have a question, I would like to be able to ask RSM a question, or if there is a particular term of art or a background of an individual that works in that industry, to ask them a couple of questions about that to make sure that the policy is complete. It's just not legal. There's auditing terms as well. So I would like to have that opportunity to talk to them if it's to the board's desire. If the board does not want me to do that, then obviously I will continue to work. Well, I mean, we have a good policy. I just want to make sure that it's has everything that it needs to be in there, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then Ms. Fisher?
So I just wanted to read this from Florida Statute 1001.42. In the case of a school district receiving annual federal, state, and local funds in excess of $500 million, shall employ an internal auditor. The scope of the internal auditor shall not be restricted and shall include every functional and program area of the school system. I mean, that's,
Okay, so
it's required.
I'm going to go back to, I'll start with you, Ms. Morgan, as far as consensus on doing these two scope of works.
Yes.
And the two being?
The two would be the Booster Club guidelines and the review board policy 1.171.
Well, yes, and I'll explain later. Yes.
Yes? Can't do yes then. Yes? Ms. Fisher? Yes. Ms. Patrica?
No, thank you.
And I will say yes, and so that is,
Oh, she can't vote,
you cannot vote. So that is,
even if it's a consensus?
well, we're not voting, this is a consensus. This is a consensus. I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn, we're not voting. Ms. Vaughn? Yes. Okay, thank you. So we will be doing that now again. So that's for the two items that were on here. So then if we go down below, are we, as far as page 3 on this documentation for the future ad hoc request, is there certain things that you need to have changed on this? Start with you, Ms. Morgan.
I won't support it as written for the reasons I've already given.
Okay, so can we, what would be, how would we change, what verbiage would you have to change it?
No verbiage for this. We have to have a conversation about what the respective roles is and how it works, who directs whom and when, and what the ceiling is. And we don't have that, and therefore I can't approve this at all. All I want to approve
Are the two.
Are the two items.
Okay, thank you. And then, Ms. Gittens?
Okay, the
We can always come
proposal as, am I too far back?
We can always come back to this at our next
No,
workshop with them as well.
Right, okay. We already voted on the first two things.
We took a consensus.
The only thing that I would change in this is the $10,000 by the board chair. Otherwise, like Ms. Fisher said, it's required by law that we have them and we have to use them. So are you asking for a yes or a no?
No, I'm trying to get it,
Okay.
some kind of
Yeah,
idea.
the only thing I would change is the board chair having $10,000.
Thank you. And Ms. Fisher?
So at this point, I think that we should reserve this part for our soon-to-occur workshop so that we can have the conversation and make sure that everyone is on board with the whole process. I mean, there's a lot of information here, and I think we need to discuss that. And those amounts, to me, are supportable, but not under these circumstances.
Conversation, okay. And then Ms. Patrica?
I would just like that workshop to include the evaluation of RSM.
Thank you.
Yes,
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, workshop, yes.
To bring to this evening meeting, we will then be bringing back for the review of the Booster Club and the review of the board policy 1.171, the audit committee, and then the other page that we will bring that back to another workshop, and we will schedule that so we can get everything taken care of, any questions that we may have, and work on it on another day then. Ms. Gittens?
Okay, maybe I'm confused, but wasn't the restriction in doing the audit committee, the fact that it was not in their scope of work, so there was no way to get them paid? So was that consensus to say they would go ahead and we would pay for it?
Yes.
Okay, that's,
We have to bring it to an action meeting. So this has given us permission to bring it to the action meeting, which we have tonight.
but was
And then
there
we
a
can move
cost on
forward.
that?
You're looking right at it.
Okay.
Yeah, on the,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morgan?
The only comment I wanted to make, I got the impression when you were talking that you felt that RSM needed to be here for us to have a workshop on this, and I don't think that is the case.
No, not today.
No. I'm saying even when we have the workshop, we don't need RSM. We need to clarify what it is we're doing,
Right.
and then they would incorporate that.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fisher?
So that being said, then if we're going to include the evaluation of RSM, I think at that point, we do need them to be here. So would that be a different?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll go- sit down and go over what workshops we need and get those on board with everything else that we're doing. So we will definitely get those in a timely manner.
Thank you.
But we definitely need to get the audit committee, we need to get that done. I mean, we have to get that done. All of this has been like months, and we need to move on with that. So if everybody's in consensus with that, bringing that before, for this evening, I'm going to say it one more time. Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Ms. Gittens?
Yes.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Ms. Patrica?
Still no, thank you.
And Ms. Vaughn? Thank you, and yes. So we will bring that before us this evening. And then, Mr. Prebruno, you'll have that prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And I think that was, thank you so very much. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you again to all of your team.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair, while they're leaving, may I make a statement? Since,
Speaking of, like,
okay, since this is something, and thank you all, but since this is something, like Ms. Fisher said, that is a requirement for all districts, can we possibly look at the scope of work in the other districts that, see how far off we are, and maybe there's something already out there that we could just pattern after and not have to reinvent the wheel?
and for which one, please?
The scope of work for the statute-required internal audit.
I think we already have that, but I'm pretty sure. I'll go back and look, but I think we
The
have it.
comparison
Yes.
with the other districts?
I'm pretty sure we already did that, but I'll look back, and if not, we can definitely get that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. And who do we have here? Adult Code of Conduct. And, Brian Magnum, Mr. Magnum, and Mr. Chuck Bradley. Hi. And I'm sorry, and
Not everyone.
who's assisting you?
Ms. Scott.
Oh, didn't see her. And Ms. Scott. And I even have my glasses on, I still couldn't see you.
Okay, thank you.
Ready when you
I'll go
are.
ahead and get started. This is our second presentation with you in regards to our code of conduct. And just to clarify, there are several documents that you are provided and a little snapshot of the reason why. So first of all, you're always provided the red line document. That way you can see where the strikeouts are or additions. But then we also, since it is a large document and very difficult to read when there are changes made, we do make a clean copy, and that clean copy is provided to our communications department so they can assist us with the branding process. But also, the clean copy is provided to our ESOL department to assist us with the translations in the different languages. So it is important that you would see both of those documents. It's just one is much easier to read than the other, obviously. And then the presentation slides. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So for our presentation this afternoon, it's not very long, so we're going to go ahead and through all of the slides, and then at the very end, we will have question and answer time.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you. So the sections of the Code of Conduct, just want to review real quick. The introduction, the rights and responsibilities, the interventions and corrective strategies, discipline, essential information, and guidance.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott. The first section in the introduction, we do have a change from the last time we were here based on the feedback we received from the board and also from the board attorney. We have removed the whistleblower information that was initially recommended. And we do have a late change that we were made aware of yesterday. Mrs. Scott's going to bring it up. This has to do with the Focus Parent Portal document that's currently in the Code of Conduct that we shared with you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Magnum, you're on the adult one?
I know, that's because I'm...
The adult code of conduct first, or you're on the second one?
We're on the secondary and elementary one.
Okay, I'm sorry, because on our
okay.
agenda, it has adult first, so that's why I was kind of confused. No, that's okay.
All right.
Just referencing the secondary and elementary code of conduct, we had a Focus Parent Portal graphic that was provided to help parents to create accounts or to add students. We received this yesterday. As you look on the screen that Mrs. Scott is sharing, this is something that we would like to switch out, but since we got it so late, we didn't have a chance to put it in front of you. It contains essentially the same information with updated pictures and some of the enhancements that the Focus Parent Portal has gained over the last year, to include things like parents being able to look at report cards, review their students' referrals, or to change their password. So this would be a switch out of the graphic that we would like to be able to present by the next time we do a next reading. There is nothing that has been changed from the last time we discussed the rights and responsibilities section of the Code of Conduct. And that brings us to the next section.
So per board request, we have added our district link to our PBIS page that's on our main web page. And this section will be hyperlinked into the Code of Conduct. It will link to show the schools that are participating and those that have been named model schools. Damn it. There you go.
Moving over to the discipline section, we are still moving forward with the 5 levels of discipline with our assessor codes and our local codes. One of the recommendations that came from the last meeting was updating the cheating consequences in regards to the elementary students. And on the screen, you'll notice that we clipped an image of the recommended change to address cheating at the elementary level that would be considered serious or major, and that would be something that we would ask the schools to consult with the executive director, student services, or the designee. There was a couple of things that were requested for clarification at the last meeting. The question was raised about the definition of battery, physical attack, and robbery in regards to Cessor and how that relates to the legal definitions. The Cessor definitions are not meant to match the Uniform Crime Report, nor are they intended to be an additional reporting system for law enforcement. However, our Safety and Security Department worked with us and got some feedback from the State Attorney's Office, and our battery definition that comes to us from Cessor would be aligned with what the legal definition of aggravated battery would be, and our physical attack would be aligned with battery, and robbery does align with the legal definition of robbery. One of the other questions that came up was, what are the other alternative options for out-of-school suspension for elementary students? Right now, we have restorative practices, alternatives to suspensions, and internal suspensions as alternatives. We don't have an additional program or an off-site location for a student that might be facing an out-of-school suspension at elementary level at this time. Some of the other feedback we received was in regards to the scholarships that were recommended to put in there in the essential information section. The Florida Statute 1002.40 requires that the Hope Scholarship be noticed to parents in the pre-K through 12 codes of conduct. And during our stakeholder input, we referenced this as a requirement, and that's where we received feedback about including federal, state, and local scholarships that would be available to current K-12 students, and that is why we recommended having them incorporated in the Code of Conduct as they're presented.
We also want to make sure that the board understands that we will be keeping in information regarding Title IX, our non-discrimination policy, and our bullying and harassment policy, including the protections that are provided to all students. We will be, we are recommending the removal of the LGBTQ best practices poster. We will be, again, because it needs to be updated at this time. We've already begun work on a critical support guide for our LGBTQ students and recommend that additional postering and communication regarding our non-discrimination policy go forward outside of the Code of Conduct.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
So at this time, we've begun work on our critical support care guide for LGBTQ students, and it will be further developed with stakeholder input. And we, again, we will replace that best practices poster with updated information.
So in our last workshop, we asked for feedback specifically on two pieces. The first piece was having a code of conduct that would span a 3-year period of time that would also align with the process similar that we currently go through with the Jeffrey Johnson Act. The feedback from the board at this time is that we continue with the 1-year process and update every year. The second piece we asked feedback for, or guidance, was having a single code of conduct for pre-K to 12th grade, rather than 2 separate books. The board at this time prefers to continue with the 2 separate books. So we appreciate the feedback on those 2 pieces. The next step would be our final approval at the action meeting on June 8th at 6 p.m. So that would be our third viewing for you, and that evening you would vote on the code.
Thank you for explaining that, because I know there was some confusion that we were voting today, because I've heard that everywhere.
No.
So thank you for explaining that these are readings and they will come again, and then, so thank you for that.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate that a lot.
So we don't have a separate presentation for the adult code because there were minimal changes that you guys already discussed at the last viewing. But at this time, we are prepared to answer any questions for all 3 of those codes, elementary, secondary, and adult.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Gittens?
You mentioned, good afternoon, guys, and thank you for being here. You mentioned the assessor data and the crime report data. The crime report and how they don't necessarily match, which is why you put, I forget which slide it was on.
7.
Okay. So, let me make sure I got it up here. Okay, is there a reason that those 2 don't match? And then along with that, I have requested some time ago about some data regarding discipline and all that, and to my knowledge, I have not received it at this point. So can you address both of those, please?
Sure. In regards to the assessor information, this is something the state developed as far back as 1995-96 school year, and it was their response to meeting stakeholder needs and parent information about what is going on and how to capture safety and concerning incidents on campus. So looking at the assessor provided poster from the state, you know, they copying from them, the definitions are not meant to match the uniform crime report, nor are they intended to be an additional reporting system for law enforcement. This is where one of those situations where this is a Department of Education, school district, and individual school process of capturing student behavior and reporting it up, and once it's reported through the school to the district to the state publishes it on an annual basis. And so where the question came at the last meeting was, have we looked at that in regards to the legal definitions of battery and robbery, as there was concern that maybe robbery wasn't being treated as seriously as battery. So when we worked with our safety and security department to confirm with the state attorney's office, that's where they drew the parallels for us between the definition of what is called aggravated battery at the legal level and what we call battery. It's just the differences in the reporting system, but they don't trump one another or submit to one another. And the physical attack would be more akin to what the traditional definition of a battery would be in the legal terms, and robbery for the assessor does seem to line up pretty well with the robbery for the legal definition in that case.
So to me, it sounds like asking my colleagues is this something that we may want to put eventually on our legislative asks that it be aligned? So when we're looking at, apples to apples and not apples to oranges, I'm just asking that question. And I have one more.
So,
Ms. Fisher?
yeah, so the assessor is the School Environmental Safety Incident Reporting. And we're talking about children versus adults in the criminal justice system. So I think that we need that, the definitions to be appropriate for the developmental age of the person involved. I mean, children make decisions that are not founded in thinking first, or, they're not responsible like adults. We have a responsibility to teach them how to deal with things. And I think that through our positive prevention and our restorative practices, hopefully we can affect that result without having to treat them like criminals. My own opinion.
Please respond.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Mrs. Gittens.
Okay, and I totally agree with you. I'm not saying that we put them into the adult system. As you look at each one of these, battery does align with aggravated battery, physical attack with battery, and robbery with robbery. So it's not like we're putting them in a different system, but just we do have students that end up on the other side of the law with some of these, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying that we, change how we treat children. I'm just wondering if, for the sake of understanding what is going on, that, and that's fine. That's why I threw it out to ask the question. And also, there was something about, go ahead, you can come back to me.
Well, I know Ms. Gittens, you also asked about the data that is being compiled. What we have right now is just the, you had asked about the number of elementary age students that were received an out-of-school suspension for a level 2 offense. Wanted to further amplify that data with looking at the students not only through a generic lens of who did and who did not, but also to capture the information in regards to students that might be an ESE student, an ELL student, to give you a full picture of what type of students are being involved with out-of-school suspensions on a level 2 offense at the elementary level.
Okay, and I don't know if you've included in that locations.
Yes, we can include that.
And all of that, and do you, not putting your feet to the fire, but is there any estimated time that we might be able to see some of that?
By the end of the school year, would that be sufficient? Would you like it
It's
sooner?
only 3 weeks, so that's good, yeah.
Ms. Morgan, you had a question?
I have a couple of comments and some questions. So first of all.
Your mic.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments and then some questions. My comments, first of all, I loved the level behavior descriptions and the range of corrective strategies. I thought that was really helpful. I don't understand on page 49 what confiscation means and days held in abeyance. I don't understand what reentry plan means on page 53. My bigger question is, when did we go to there instead of his and her? And I would like to see his, her in there at the very least instead of just there. So that's my comment.
Okay,
And those are my questions.
confiscation would be something that if a student brought something inappropriate to school, and
No, I know what it is, but the way you put it in the book, some of your behaviors you list, and it's clear what the behavior is. When you use confiscation, who's confiscating what? I mean, is a child confiscating something from someone else? I mean, it's the descriptive verb that's used that I struggle with, and then days held in abeyance. I really did not know what that meant.
What page is that, please?
Oh, days held in abeyance is, both of those are on page 49 of the elementary.
And, okay, the confiscation would be in regards to an adult, an appropriate individual, an administrator or designee that would confiscate something that a student shouldn't have at school and either return it at the end of the day or to the parent as it would be deemed appropriate in the situation.
So, but does confiscation actually describe the child's behavior for which?
No, it would be the action the administrator would take in regards to the student bringing something they shouldn't have at school.
So if I go to page 49, do the others come across that way, that it's the action taken by the administrator? Wait a minute. It was 49 on my computer at home, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 49 is.
Yeah, I'm
45
looking
day
now,
interim.
and I wrote it down from when I loaded it at home.
What was it talking about?
It was under, I can't remember whether it was under level behavior descriptions or whether it was the demonstrated behaviors and positive and negative behaviors. Well, anyway, you'll be able to find it, and if you can just send it to me in the follow-up. I guess what the question I'm really trying to ask is, are we consistent in the use of the descriptor that it refers to the child and not the adult, or the adult, not the child, and it's clear who it refers to? Days held in abeyance. That sounded to me like a corrective behavior and not an action by a student that...
Right. This was something that we saw in our reviews of some of the other school districts, particularly Henry County uses it. And what happens is if a student, say, an example would be they get in trouble on a Monday and the administrator is going to assign the student a Saturday school. However, with the relationship building that we'd like to see, the administrator can inform the student that if you are back on good behavior between now and Friday, no more issues, then I will hold that Saturday school in abeyance, and if we hit Friday afternoon, then I will take it away because you've done what we were hoping you to do and not repeated the behavior. It would be something to give the administrators to respond to the students and give the students a way to work themselves back into good graces.
Yeah, but again, that's an action by the administrator, not and then this, I think the reentry plan is the same thing. I think reentry plan refers to something done by the administrator as opposed to the student. Okay, and then one just generic comment, please indulge me. The code of conduct is so long, and I'm looking at the model students' do and don'ts. To me, and for example, you struck out in the first two levels, demonstrate behavior that is civil, respectful, polite, and courteous. You struck that out, and then you didn't restore it until level 3. My thought is that all of the positive behaviors belong in one place. I mean, they are positive behaviors. They don't relate to levels 1, 2, or 3, or 4, or 5. They're all positive behaviors, and it should be a parent checklist. This is what the school expects of you when you go to school. And then if you want to treat the levels, the levels of whatever, then do it that separately. But that's a cosmetic thing just to think about as you go forward in the future.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Patrica?
So, Ms. Gittens, I hear you on the confusion with the terminology, and I don't know that that's a legislative platform item as much as it is a conversation with the DOE, because it's not statute, it's agency rules. So it's certainly a conversation we can have when Carol gets us up there to talk to the chancellor. I agree with you. It creates confusion in the community. If somebody knows what battery is, or somebody knows what aggravated battery is, and they look at that and they think, well, why aren't we treating it as seriously or whatever? It is confusing, and it's just one agency not talking to another. Really, bottom line is what it is, and we get caught in the middle. Okay, so I've got questions, some of which might be considered on topic and some of which might not, but last time I was permitted to ask these questions as part of this subject, so I'll just dive in. So as the anti-discrimination policy is in the Code of Conduct, so I do believe this is on topic. As I look at the federal and the state law, and I did ask this question of Attorney Dupree-Bruno, I look at federal and state law, neither of them are as comprehensive as our anti-discrimination policy is. Florida statute says the secure all individuals within the state freedom from discrimination because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, handicap, and marital status. The Fed is even less. Title VII Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of '64 prohibits employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. So there are even fewer categories there. Why do we have so many categories in ours? Is our federal and state law any less? Are federal and state law any less protective? Do they provide any less protections than we do? Doesn't the word sex include gender identification and sexual orientation? Why does that have to be specifically in the policy?
Well, we would have to jump back 2 years when we put that policy in place, and of course, we'd have to go back through all of the rationale about why it was put in place. Title VII wasn't interpreted to include LGBTQ sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression until this past summer. So that occurred after the policy was actually created.
Okay, so when we were told, because I went back and I watched those meetings, so when we were told that the recommended changes were coming forward in order to bring us in compliance with the law, that was the district's interpretation of the law, or where did that come from?
And I defer to our attorney for that, and also to Mr. Williams, who did the bulk of the work around that issue. My recollection of that was that we were following case law, and we were also following guidance that had come from Title IX, had been taken away from Title IX, and now has been replaced and put back in place for Title IX.
Okay, Dr. Atkins, can I get some clarity surrounding that based on the questions that I just asked? Because I think you're right. I do think that's a conversation or a question for Attorney Williams. And Attorney Dupree-Bruno, am I correct that neither federal anti-discrimination law or state anti-discrimination law requires this language?
The specific classification is not there in the statutes. It is based on some of the analysis of some of the cases that have come out, particularly Bostock and how it applies to Title IX, but in terms of the statutory qualifications, it's not there.
But, okay, so let me ask this. The federal Title VII Anti-Discrimination Act 1964, I am discriminated against because I am transgender. I can sue under that law, even though it doesn't specifically say in the law sexual identity.
Yes.
Okay, gender identity, my bad.
So
it's not any less protective because the word's not in there?
No, so long as the word sex is in there, which is what Title IX is about, anything that falls within that classification as defined is covered.
Okay. Okay, and then you said the rainbow posters are leaving, but we're replacing them with a best practices poster and or a critical support care guide. I don't know what either one of those things are.
No, ma'am. We're going to replace it first with a white paper of guidance that'll follow the legal guidance that's provided. That'll go out to schools in the meantime. And then as we look at how the Parents' Rights Bill how that winds up, also the Title IX guidance from President Biden in particular, it's due out about June 14th after his 100-day review. We're also looking at the the cases that are still pending, both Adams and Grimm, and looking at the guidance on that. But our plan is to provide that guidance to our principals so that they have that guidance in supporting our LGBTQ students, especially coming into the next school year. We have already started work on the critical support guide in terms of research and gathering resources together. We will then go out to our stakeholder groups to get their input on that critical support of what that should look like, and especially in supporting our non-discrimination policy going into the next school year. It will probably take us some time to get that in place, and that's why that white paper is going to go out to our administrators in terms of what is legally required.
So, Mr. Bradley, let me make sure I'm understanding this as well, or to clarify for the board, because my understanding is that this critical support guide is a more of a comprehensive guide in terms of dealing with all students and providing not just our administrators but also our parents with students with guidance around all of these issues as it relates to our policies. That it also is something that the team is going to invest a substantial amount of time going out to the community to hear from shareholders, so they provide their input into a policy, because obviously we're implementing a policy within the community. So this is a pretty extensive effort. I think it sounded as if it was tailored toward a specific group, and I don't believe that's its intention. We want to make sure that we're protecting every single one of our students, and we want to make sure our parents, students, administrators, teachers, everyone receives the best information and legal guidance. And it takes more than just a one-pager. It requires a guide. They've looked at other districts that do, I think, a much better job. And they also heard the board, I think, loud and clear when it came to your shareholder and community input into what that guidance would be.
That is fantastic clarification, because my next question was, do we have a critical care guide for other categories of students? So that was really great. I appreciate that. So will that come back to us? Will we get a chance to review that before, to see what the stakeholder input was and what we're putting out to schools and parents and all of that? Or do I just read it as a parent for the first time?
I would say, of course. I mean, it's something that if you're going to go through some effort this large, obviously, before it gets out there, it's something the board is going to want to see and have feedback on as well.
Awesome. Thank you. And the same will be true for the best practices poster. We get to take a look at that before it goes out, yes?
For the white paper or for the poster?
The
right
poster.
Now, the poster's going, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, great.
It'll probably be merged into that guide.
Thank you. And then two more. The last time we met, I wasn't entirely clear on where we stand in terms of bathroom and locker room use. And it's my understanding now that we're working on it's my understanding that we don't have students who are exposing themselves to or being exposed to students. Is all of that true?
That's true. We do not.
All right. And then finally, okay, I think that's it for now. I will wait with great anticipation to Mr. Williams, or Attorney Williams' responses, and perhaps Dr. Atkins, I can schedule some time with him to take a deep dive into that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn?
Madam Chair, a response to something that Mr. Teresa said. I want to put on the record that I am very much in favor of keeping terms like gender identity, gender expression, because even though the point is that the federal law, that the state law are protective of all people, I think we really need to spell it out. And I think that to include these terms such as gender identity, gender expression, etc., I think those are just make the whole thing, the whole law, more understood. So that's the comment I wanted to make on that.
I will say that back in, 2019 maybe, I don't even know what year it was, that this did go out to the community, and I know I say this every time, it did go out to the community, it did go out to stakeholders, it did go out to committees, and even though the specific verbiage was not there, they felt that it was necessary to put all of that there, and they even included the Jewish, they included all of that too, because they wanted to make sure that nobody was left out in that policy. So I think that's why our policy became so big. But I know I attended many of those meetings. They were open to everyone, and I know I was there for several of those meetings. Ms. Gittens? No, you had something?
Yes. Okay, you were talking about the posters, that there will be a different poster, and we will get to see it and all of that.
Well, now let me clarify that as well, Mr. Bradley. My understanding is not necessarily a poster. There is guidance that's going out to our administrators, as we do every year and have for years and years and years, about how to handle these issues at the school. The comprehensive guide, if there's any type of a one-pager, and again, this is being developed over the course of time, that would be integrated into this comprehensive guide, is my understanding.
Correct.
Okay, and the thing I like about the critical support guide is that it encompasses all areas, all bullying, all, racial, all sexual, everything. And I think that would be a lot more palatable to everyone to include all, because discrimination or retaliation of any sort against anyone should not be accepted. So if we have it in that format, I do believe it's going to be a lot more palatable. And it brings a question too. I had several of the teachers that, with the poster issue, that they felt a little certain way about having to post it or put it up. But this critical support guide will go, in my understanding from listening to you, to the professionals that are trained and knowledgeable of all of these issues, as opposed to a teacher that only has superficial training in these areas. Am I correct?
Correct. So, of course, our plan is to make sure that all of our school administrators will have this guide, and they will receive training on it, as Dr. Atkins has indicated. And then we'll also work with our student services professionals and others at the school.
And if a teacher is interested and is not, let's say, a counselor or whatever, but they want to help in this initiative, how would they go about doing that?
So our anticipation is that we will provide a level of training for all teachers so that there's at least awareness. And then for those that want to participate, we'll look at making that option available for them.
And a conversation that I had with some folks about, how to share this information, and one of the suggestions was that instead of the rainbow signs throughout the school, that we have what's the group called, the Gay Straight Alliance, the GSL groups, that perhaps in that venue is where that information would be disseminated to students that, are of that persuasion or whatever, because we're not going to get rid of their opportunity to have that group.
Right. That is a student-led group, and students have the right to form student-led groups.
Okay.
And can you just clarify, there's no persuasion in that group. Anybody can be in that group. It's open to anyone, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I didn't, wrong word.
Okay,
persuasion.
I just wanted to make sure on that one.
Choice.
Thank you.
It's a student interest club. Any student may participate.
Thank you. And then I do have a question off of this theft and robbery. Back to the code of conduct, is that the same? Like if a child takes a piece of candy from somebody, is that considered robbery? Is it considered only going back from a couple
We-
years of experience.
We have 3 different levels of people taking things they shouldn't. Petty theft, which is broken up along the dollar line, could be $100 or less is what we would consider the least amount, because the state last year raised the petty theft from $300 to $750. So we measured our responses on $100 or less, and then from $100 to $500, and then $500 to $750. Once you get past $750, you're dealing with stealing or larceny, STL, and then you also have robbery, which usually is associated with taking something with force or threat of force.
So there's a limit to the robbery one. It's a certain amount.
What changes robbery is the whole entire use or the threat of using force to take something from somebody else, where stealing could be you walk into a locker room, somebody left their bag there, and you go into the bag and you take the iPhone and you run out the door.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay, thank you for, I just
Ms.
wanted to make sure it
Jordan.
wasn't the same.
Ms. Jordan, can I just have a point of clarification real quick?
Yes,
I
please.
just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there were only 2 posters sent to every school, only 2 posters sent to every school, and those posters are being requested to send back to the district, okay, under the schools. So we know who sent them back, that there were only 2 posters sent to every school.
Correct, and I believe they did mention that, and so thank you
Okay,
for saying
I didn't want there to be any misperception that these are all in classrooms and all over. There are only 2 in every school.
Thank you for that.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that. Ms. Patrica?
So there are 2 large pieces of misinformation that are floating in the public, and I'd like to use this opportunity to address them. First of all, if we don't follow federal law, we lose federal money, or we potentially lose federal money. And I'd like an estimate from the superintendent at some point, not right now. I mean, I can look in the budget and see how much it is, but we're talking about community eligibility program, right? We're talking about feeding a district where 86% of our traditional public school kids don't qualify or do qualify for free or reduced lunch. We're talking about a very poor community that would not have access to food in schools. We're also talking about ESEA dollars. No. IDEA dollars, which that money goes to arguably our neediest students who have learning disabilities and special needs, and we would not have the ability to fund that. I've heard other people say, well, we'll just, pass a full penny sales tax to make up for that money. Well, we're not legally capable of doing that. We have passed the maximum half penny sales tax that we're allowed to pass. So, the loss of federal money, from a political perspective, it's really easy to say that, but from an operational perspective, it would really hurt our most vulnerable children if we were to take that risk, first of all. Second of all, FHSAA policy requires us, at this point, it's going to change, but at this point, we have to go through their processes if our students are to be eligible to compete in state championship series. And I would not be comfortable not allowing our children to have that right. Being at state championship series for the past 4 years, it is one of the most fun, amazing things to watch the kids go through that, and to take away their ability to seek a state championship, to me, it's not fair. Based on state law, that policy will be changing, and you all are going to be very jealous to know that I have to sit at the board table and make those changes to policy up there. But they will be based on whatever the state law is that was recently passed with guidance from their legal counsel. So we're not choosing anything with regard to sports. We're simply following state requirements when it comes to sports. And I wanted to make those clear because I repeatedly hear that misinformation come up over and over again, and I wanted to clarify. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I'm just going to go one more time because of, we're about at that moment. So, Ms. Morgan, did you have any other comments?
I have none.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
I just want to say thank you for the comments that Ms. Patrica made, and that is, and I support the fact that there are certain things we have to do by federal and state, and I think we've mentioned this before, that we can't just choose, or we do lose funding for a large portion of our students. So just keeping that in mind, and thank you for presenting today and answering our questions. And this is reading, and thank you, sorry. This is reading 1?
Correct.
So we will have opportunity, and you mentioned about going out into the community and that type of thing. What kind of timeline do we have for that?
That, not for, can you, that's for the, when you start working on the,
Oh, for the critical resource guide? That work will take place going into the next school year. We have a very short summer. We'll probably be starting the process of getting it organized in the next few weeks, and then starting that process into the summer. But we anticipate it will take sometime into the next school year before we actually meet with all of the stakeholder groups we want to meet with.
Okay, and thank you so much. Appreciate it.
thank you, Ms. Gittens. Ms. Fisher?
I want to thank Mr. Bradley and Mr. Mangan for the presentation. And I want to thank Ms. Patrica for her explanation of our requirement to follow federal law, constitutional amendments, and also state law. So thank you, and I just want to remind us that we are here to take care of our kids, to educate them, and to teach them respect and tolerance for everyone.
Ms. Vaughn, did you have any final questions or comments for this specific?
And Bradley for all their hard work on this. Appreciate it.
I want to thank you again as well. Really appreciate it, because I know how hard you work to make sure that each and every one of our students are safe, and we encompass everybody. So thank you for that. And Ms. Scott.
Ms.
You
Scott.
too.
You were like a disembodied voice over there. You were talking, and I was like, where is that voice coming from?
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have, so we're not having, the adult code was tied in with this, so we are moving on to capital project update with our own Scott Rickenbach.
How are we on time? Can we do a 5?
I'm sorry, can we go ahead and, if it's okay to do it, just a 5-minute break really quick? 5-minute break? Mr. Scott, we're going to do a 5-minute break really quick. How about a 3-minute break? 5?
Whatever you mean.
Okay, 5.
Run in the back. top of all of this, I have a husband home sick. He just, he can't do anything, so.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started again, please. Thank you for allowing us to take that break. We are now on capital project updates, and I will turn this over to Mr. Rickenbacker. Rickenbacker. Scott Rickenbacker. I'm renaming you today.
But wait for dinner. Good afternoon, board members, board attorney, and superintendent. This is your May construction update.
Can we please find our seats, sir? Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Sure. This is your May construction facility update. I want you to be aware that in your packet you would have had April as well as the change order report for April. The photo's still irrelevant, but obviously the information is past due, so I'm not going to go over that attached briefing with you, but I will do the May and the May, or the April. I will go over May, but not the April, so.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, April's loaded.
Yeah, 1 second. My bad. Good thing you caught it. Thank you, boss. So anyway, May construction update. As you all are aware, you attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for Gateway High School. It's a beautiful school. I hope you really got to take it in and just see what's going to occur in those walls of that building. I would like to report to you that about 20 months ago, I made a guarantee, 150% guarantee to board member Vaughn that I would not ask for another penny for this school. And we are under budget. And I like Starbucks Mocha Latte Cappuccino Grande whenever she has a moment.
Ms. Vaughn, did you hear that? Are you here? I don't know, we'll get that message to her. Okay, thank you. I want to make sure you're online.
No, I can do better.
Thank you.
Is good.
Free is good.
I do want to make one mention on this slide, not reading every item. We do have a section of the building being donated by both the architectural firm BSSW and Suffolk Construction. In the back of the Carpentry Academy, they're creating a canopy overhang like a large out shop for the actual heavy lumber and Megan trusses and whatever the kids are going to do in that facility, and that was been donated by those two firms, so we thank them. So even though the construction of the project is substantially complete, that's the little bit of dirt moving you see out in the picture, and the guys still are there completing that as a gift to the district and the school. So thank you.
Great.
Next up, this is quadruple A, previously known as NN and K, down in Estero. You can see the schedule right now. We are working on a board agenda that will come to you probably, hopefully the next meeting. I got to get 3 weeks in front of you. And it's going to be very confusing, so I'll explain that to you. It's going to be the two amendments that cancel the contract for NN and K for the architect, two amendments that cancel the contract for the construction manager. Then you'll see 3 new contracts for quadruple A for both the architect, the construction manager, and the building official. So I'm bringing them all as one board item so that you can see it. We're reutilizing all of the project funding. We have not asked for any more funding, so the phase 1, even though I'll be asking you for a phase 1 approval, it's basically combining the Who Schools amount in to be utilized for quadruple A, which is pre-K 8 in Estero. So that'll be coming up, but you'll see a whole bunch of attachments to that for that approval. We're at about 60% document drawings. We're having a public meeting, I believe, tomorrow with the Village of Estero, show them our site plan, our off-site concept, and our landscaping to get some of their approval to move forward with the state. I do want to we're having a problem. You've all heard that the construction industry materials are going through the roof. Well, it's absolutely true, and it's worse than I probably would have expected. We're seeing things anywhere from 20 to 30% increase. One tidbit that came out of it, we use bar joist in most of our large capital construction projects. Amazon has bought all of the manufacturing rights for bar joists throughout the United States and Canada. When COVID hit, When COVID hit, they knew that they were going to be building warehouses, which is pretty self-evident. So they've basically locked in the right. So our design team right now is looking at alternative methods to use wide flange steel beam construction, posts and beams, possibly plank and filigree. So we're not counting it out, but Amazon has cornered the market anticipating everything that was going to occur from COVID. So just a little bit of tidbit. So we've already started that. We're at 60% drawings. We were estimating around $72 million. I can't say that that's going to hold. And as the months go by, I'll be reporting to you as to what that budget starts to go to for this school. And again, the substantial completion is anticipated to be July of 2023. Next up is G. Weaver Hips. We have the approval by the federal funding for the phase 1 costs. And right now we have one entity to negotiate, which is the building official. We've negotiated the architect and the construction manager's contract. So once we negotiate, which is tomorrow for the building official, I can put those three together and bring it to you guys for a phase 1 approval for the design of the G. Weaver Hips. Right now what we're hearing is the federal dollars are not approved to go any further than that. But understanding what the current presidential administration that's in place seems to be looking towards increasing those grants, so we're hopeful that we can get that. And if not, I believe the superintendent and his cabinet are looking at other possible means for funding for that addition, as well as it's a top 5 project. MM Middle School is nearing completion, and we're actually going to start loading furniture in June. From this aerial, you can see that the sports field, soccer field inside the bus loop is done. Ms. Gittens, we noticed that we didn't stripe that for a track, so that's already being done so that they will have a striped track at that school, as they will have at pre-K8 in Estero. And again, that's substantially complete by July 15th, but I believe we're going to bring that one in a little earlier too, more likely in June. J Elementary School, which is combined. This contract went out as J and MM addition. We've already engaged with our previous architect and construction firm on MM, which is OAK and RG, to go ahead and stabilize the soil. I have contingency leftover funds in the project. That's a very noisy operation and very disruptive to a school situation when they're in class. So over the summer, we're going to go out there. We've provided those drawings to the next architectural firm to agree to utilize those in their design. So we're going to get that heavy work done, that loud work done now within the total project cost that was approved by you for MM Middle, and have that done so that we move into it without having to disrupt the existing school when they're actually in school next year. And right now we have all the contracts engaged, and I'll be coming to you for a phase 1 for J and the MM addition, a phase 1 pre-construction budget for design on that shortly, next board meeting, hopefully. Transportation dispatch building. We started out with a budget of about $900,000 to build a metal building out there. Their portables are rotted out. Unfortunately, because of the cost of metal, aluminum, and steel, that's gone up. We're analyzing that right now. The drawings are out to bid, so I'll know the true impact of that by this time next week. And I'll report back accordingly, and obviously we will be discussing this at the capital meeting to see if the funding is available to meet that increase or not. And that will be substantially complete by December 1st of this year. Harns Marsh Elementary canopy. There were about 5 or 6 schools that didn't have canopies out at their trailers. It was the last, or portables, it was the last phase of our canopies throughout the district. So we just got our work authorizations that are going through the system for Harns Marsh Elementary School, $69,000, and again, that'll be done by the start of school, August 1. Tice Elementary School has a couple portables in the back that didn't have canopy to them, and that's going also to be done by August 1 for start of school, so we're working our work authorizations towards that. Villas Elementary School, again, another school that did not have canopies at the portables, and we're moving forward with that. You can see the drawings will indicate where everything's going. Bonita Springs Elementary School portables. These are the portables that we're adding, 4 portables that we added for administration space. And this is a temporary measure so that until we can figure out where we're going with the historic building and how we either rebuild that or reconfigure the campus to accommodate the needs of the principal and the district. So these are portable setups that will be removed once we make that final decision. And again, they should be substantially complete by July 15th so that the principal will be able to get all his furniture and his employees in there and start interviewing teachers and parents and all those things that principals do over the summertime. Treeline Elementary School, another canopy. So you can see the section in yellow where we'll be linking them together. Again, done for a start of school. Varsity Lakes Middle School portable renovation. This was 2 items. One, it was to stabilize the foundations that had started to disintegrate. It wasn't in jeopardy, so we made a determination to wait till school ends and we'll start that work out there. In addition, we're going in and refreshing the inside of the portables as well. So we had a foundation issue that was an immediate need, and then part of the CIP plan was refreshing those portables. So that we actually have a total project cost. It's about $182,000, and I believe that work authorization is either just come back from the front office or is getting ready to hit the front office in the next day or 2. And again, that'll be done soon and completed by the 29th of July. Gateway Elementary School, another canopy installation. You can see it's in yellow where we're connecting the portables to the hard structure. Again, that'll be done for the start of school. You can see the price tag there. Riverdale High School campus remodel. We had a budget that's in capital of $41.5 million through 2025. The school's estimated to be complete in FY 2025. Right now, you last month on the 27th of April, you approved the phase 1 in the contracts, so we're already starting our design. They've begun. We're sending the notice to proceed, which is the actual contract kickoff to all 3 vendors this week. And that one is going to be a master campus plan, so nothing is definitive at this point. That's why we're bringing the architect on and working with the community and with the principal to come up with that concept for this. So we have 12 months of design time here incorporated. I think I missed one. Okay. Patriot Elementary Classroom, this is a maintenance project. So just one of the jobs that they're doing over the summer with some of the tax dollars. That'll be done by 8/9. Fort Myers Technical College. Right now, we just start getting ready to negotiate with the last one of the 3 vendors, which is the building official. That'll happen tomorrow. Then I'll have all 3 contracts, and I can put the total project cost for phase 1 design into you guys. They budgeted right now in capital $10 million for the physical updating and renovation, and there's another $2.7 million in the maintenance for a re-roof of that facility, so I'll be spending $12.7 million out there. And again, you'll see the phase 1 design dollars coming to you shortly. VPAA and the old Lambs building, that renovation, right now they're having discussions as part of the community development, and planning is working on what that is. I know that you saw the RFQ, and they're negotiating with vendors now and finalizing some of those details once the community input and planning has done everything they need to do in that area. So as Mr. Savage would say, the football has not been passed to me, but it will shortly. Fort Myers High School HVAC is well underway, and that whole project will be complete by August 8th. And you can see some of the main things that have happened with the air handling units being installed and central energy plant and chill water piping being brought online. Same thing with Cape Coral, another HVAC project that'll be substantially complete for August before start of school. And in that particular project, I believe we added controls. So we used some of the existing funding and the contingency to support those controls, to replace the controls. So that'll be wrapped up shortly. Orangewood Elementary, we're waiting for the RFQ process to be gone, and so that we can start negotiating with contracts and then getting that on the books and on the boards to move forward. So right now, that's in the procurement process. Lee Peck Roof. next week, we're coming. So when you hear the little pitter-patter of feet above your heads, don't worry, nobody should be falling through the roof, but they'll be mobilizing next week. We're taking the back portion of the parking lot as a staging area for materials and workmen, and we will move dumpsters around the various components of the building as we head. There'll be plenty of notice so that every department, every division knows when we'll be working in their area. If you don't read the memos, you'll know that morning when you hear the noise above your head. But we're going to work with staff and hopefully knock this out. It's anticipated to be 10 to 12 months to replace this roof. Cypress Lake High School roof renovation will be substantially complete by the 31st. We gave them a slight extension. Originally it was on the 9th, but from the notice to proceed issuance, we had a 20-day delay before we got them the notice to proceed with a purchase order. That's just the paperwork going through the machine. So their contract has been updated to the 31st of May, and everything's going well out there. So another project roofed. This is a maintenance project. I'm assuming it's being done with some of the tax referendum dollars. It's a generator exhaust repair out at East Lee County High. Another maintenance project of Villas Elementary, the switchgear replacement. Critical, the heart of the body. If you lose your power, you don't just pull one of these off of the shelves at Home Depot. So much needed. Many schools, they're working on getting these refreshed. So again, that's $250,000 and should have it completed, it looks like on the 16th. So maybe it's done already. I'll find out and we'll report back to you. Hancock Creek classroom lighting, again, $26,000 project by maintenance, updating lighting for that campus. I mean, I would assumably part of the tax referendum, but we can get those answers for you. Pinewood is elementary classroom lighting upgrade there as well, another $200,000, and again, I would assume it's part of the tax referendum by maintenance. Tropic Isles Elementary, another switchgear replacement, $166,000. So again, these are some of the older schools where the equipment just can't go on any longer, and we can't wait for that catastrophic event to occur. So we're getting ahead of the curve. And that's a maintenance project as well. And similar for Orange River, another switchgear, so you can see we're taking care of in a lot of our schools the main infrastructure through maintenance. Fort Myers High School roof repair. The Sam Sirianni building is leaking. So right now maintenance will be working on that to get some of the rotted structure and the leak repairs fixed and put a new roof on that system. Mariner High School utility connection, long time coming. Mariner and the West Transportation and Mariner Middle and the library for the longest time had been off of this sewage plant that you see out there. Looks like a boat out there in the woods. They have now completed the utilities about 1.5 years ago out there, so we will be tying into the City of Cape Coral utilities and abandoning our temporary sewage treatment plant. So that'll happen, and the City of Cape Coral was kind enough to give us a grant of extension to allow us through this summer to get connected in there before the DEP pulled our permitting, so that worked out well. And then attached is the monthly change order report. Did you all have any questions on the change order report? Okay, then that's my update. Any questions?
Ms. Morgan and then Ms. Gittens. Please.
Well, Mr. Reichenbacker knows, and so does the superintendent know, that I'm standing here, I'm not standing here, I'm sitting here dancing because finally we have got something that I had been looking forward to for a long time. The total project cost, the timeline. I noticed on the AAAA, you actually put in the project timeline. Was it? That was a box on AAA, I think.
Yeah, that actually is the submittal schedule for the design schedule. So as a picture, we included that in there.
And that's the kind of thing, that's the one thing that's missing that I would like to see going forward with all of these. That I know that, you know, there were certain steps, and it's nice to know where the steps are, what the projected timeline is and where we are on the timeline. The other thing I would love to see, I hope this goes up on the website, and I hope the public can see it, because I think this is important stuff. But I would love to see, for example, Gateway, that came in under projected cost, correct?
We are
And
getting,
it came in before expected completion date. And I think if we're providing, if this information is not just for us, but also for the public, and I think it should be for the public, then it would be nice to see, you know, what we've actually done. So other than that, I am thrilled to see the progress you've made on putting together this report. Thank you.
correct, and we'll be entering our outside auditing phase, and just like we returned almost $4 million on Bonita, I expect we'll have a substantial return on Gateway High. I don't want to commit to a number now until I get through the auditing process, but everything's looking real positive.
I just think it's important that the public sees that, you know, we're doing the kind of value engineering and everything else in the project process that enables us to make certain that we come in under budget. And I am really pleased that you recognize the carpentry canopy donation. Again, I think going forward, any time that the public, a particular entity invests in our schools, when they're in the process of development, it would be nice to see that investment. So I really appreciate you doing that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. And Ms. Gittens, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I like the layout of this. I would like to see under the total project cost it broken down into capital funds outlay and sales tax. It would be all in one place. In other words, if you, like Gateway High School, you got 98 million, so that's the total project cost. How much of that, or what percentage of that was done with sales tax as opposed to capital funds?
I don't want to speak for Mr. Morris, but we use COPS funding on a lot of our large capital. So the percentage right now that tax referendum pays on the jobs that I'm engaged with now is usually that interest burden. Now, at the end of the job, once Amy and her staff compile those figures, I think they can break that out to let you know how much was paid with tax referendum against that project. And I know future projects potentially could be paid 100% with tax referendum. It really depends on what that 10-year capital build-out plan is utilizing the money.
Okay, even if it's through COPS though, there's still, can't that be listed as to, I know you're saying wait until the end, and I can talk to you about it later, but I've seen where you have projects and you have, this is the amount that's budgeted out of capital, and this is the amount that's budgeted out of the sales tax.
Yeah, see, I have one budget, I get one pile of money. Doesn't say what pot it comes out of. That's my approved board-approved budget.
And I understand that, and maybe it means kind of cross talking within other department. I'm just thinking if this is going to go on the website, it would be easy for people to see and not have to click to another area to see it, but it would all be right there. And, you know, and showing what we're doing with the sales tax, it would be quick and easy to say, this is the amount, and you could say budgeted, that it may change, but at least to have it up there. Question I have, if supplies have gone up 20 to 30%, at what point is our point of no return? That if a school is going to cost us, you know, let's say 90 million, previously, that's what we budgeted, and costs have gone up tremendously, 20 or 30%. At what point do we say, this is not the best time to do this because it's going to cost us so much more money? And then where do we get those extra funds? If we're budgeting to build something in 5 years, and we budgeted this amount out of wherever it came from, capital and the sales tax, and then we look at it after we start the project and realize it's going to cost us automatically 30% more. Is there a point of no return that we say it is not going to be cost effective to do this at this point?
Well, I don't think you're going to see any immediate return of levels within 6 to 8 months. The increase is going to be affecting us for the next year to 2 years. we're in the design stage, and until you get what we call a guaranteed maximum price, that's when the vendors, the drawings 100%, you go out on the street and you compile your bids and you lock in legally with a GMP, guaranteed maximum price. That's when you know what your exposure is. We've previously told you that pre-K 8 in Estero we're assuming a construction cost of about $72 million. Do I think that's going to hold? No, I don't. Do I know where that's going to go? I won't until the drawings are out on the street, but we're anticipating that 20 to 30%. So you are correct. We could have a $72 million job when the GMP come in at $90,000. Gateway High School was $98 million. If we were to build that again, it could be $110. It's one of those things where you need seats, and you guys are the captains of the ship, and there's various options. You can place portables out to support the classroom seat needs. You can put addition buildings on certain campuses to support that need, like we did back in 7 and 8. But the problem with addition buildings and portables, will the infrastructure of the existing campus support that, meaning the cafeteria, the clinic, the front office, the media center, the gymnasiums, and things of that nature. So there's a lot of things you got to weigh when you make that decision based on the best information from staff as well and the superintendent.
And please don't take this as an attack. I am just asking questions. And talking about additions, I had brought up at one point, especially with varsity and the condition of the portables that were there. And I had suggested and asked for conversation about adding an addition on to varsity, and in the next school year using the portables that Gateway had behind Lehigh Senior now as even a staging, or getting those kids out of those portables. The portables will be there, they're already set up, and to move that, and especially, bless you, especially with some of the situations that are happening with the with varsity and overcrowding and all of that. I really wonder if we could look at something like that as an immediate, relief for some of the things. And the other question I have, you have on here the portables and fixing the portables and at varsity. What is the cost on that?
I believe it came in at $182,000 for both the foundation repair and the internal refreshing.
For how many portables?
I'd have to go get a count on that. I don't know. It's maybe
okay.
6. Let me get you a firm number on that. But that covers all the issues on all the portables at that campus.
And I know that there's supposed to be some plan of getting rid of portables in the East Zone. And I don't know. It just bothers me that we keep pouring money into something that we really need to put at the top of our list. And I know I'm outvoted on this, and I know a lot of people don't understand that, but I feel we're not prioritizing equitably if there is such a major need for some of these schools. And anyway, the other question that I have is...
do you want me to answer that one first or no?
Oh, if you have an answer,
Sure.
It was
I know that planning right now, Dr. Savage and Ms. Ebal and her crew, they're looking at many resources to try and eliminate and bring down the portables in the East Zone. Some things that I'm not at liberty to talk about, but I'm sure if you wanted some examples. I know they're looking at facilities, possibly purchasing existing facilities and turning them into schools. The addition building could possibly be on there. I've heard that, but I would suggest that if you want a more definitive answer as to how they're going to reduce that in your zone, that they would be able to provide you with that direction that they're working towards.
And understand, it's not so much that it's just my zone, it's children in this district.
You have the zone with the most portables.
Well, but I'm just saying they are still a part of the district. With the addition at the new Lambs, that's not starting until what?
Well,
another couple of months when you start the elementary school,
correct. We have 8 months of design, because there's a new architectural firm that is designing that wing. They won the RFQ. So we'll have 8 months of design, and then it'll be about 12 months of construction.
How is that, how is not having those seats there now going to affect VPAA, Veterans Park Academy? Because then, what, in another year, they'll have those extra seats at the new Lambs. But in the meantime, we're refurbishing the old Lambs and expanding. I'm not sure about the timing of how we'll take care of the extra seats.
I only build it. All the numbers are done in planning, so you'll have to ask the planning people how they're.
Okay, well, I want to say thank you. I didn't
Oh, you're
put
very
you
welcome.
on the hot seat, but I did have some questions, and I appreciate it, and we'll talk.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
I just want to say that this is an amazing presentation. I hope we put it on the website and other places because the public can really appreciate the work that's been done and the planning that's occurring now. And thank you very much for all your hard work.
Welcome.
Ms.
Thank you.
Patrica, did you have a? Ditto. Thank you.
Thank
On?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. And we are at 4:05 right now. So we have public comments because I know we have another event at 5. Mr. Bruno, could you please address public comment? No, you're not.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. School board policy provides the opportunity at this point in the meeting to address the board concerning any matter for this meeting's agenda. If you completed a blue card, please make sure it's in the basket that was provided. If you need a card, they're located outside in the boardroom. The rules concerning public comment are posted. Comments will be made from the central microphone in the back. Please be advised that the board does not respond during public comment to remarks made by speakers. At the end of the public comment period, Ms. Jordan will address concerns or the assignment of any concerns or requests to the superintendent. Speakers and those attending the meeting are expected to act in a respectful manner. The purpose of public comment is to provide feedback on today's agenda only. Personal attacks on individuals or abusive language are prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, and booing, unreasonably loud and/or offensive language, swearing, cursing, or display of temper are prohibited. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order. Any speaker continuing with such remarks will be required to relinquish the microphone per board policy. The time per speaker is 2 minutes as we have over 20 speakers. You will find a countdown on the big screen in the front of the room. Once your time has elapsed, the microphone will automatically shut off. We encourage you to address the board as a whole versus individual board members or each other. The board acts as a collective body. Please state your name prior to making your comment. Madam Chair, there are 21 speakers today.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who did not fill out a card who wishes to do so? Seeing none, Mr. Bruno, could you go ahead and start calling them?
Thank you. I'm going to call you by 5, groups of 5. So when your name is called, please line up. Crystal Siskar, Mark Gillespie, Rose McBride, Kathy Horn, Melanie Pena. And the first speaker can move forward.
Good afternoon, Board. It's Crystal Siscon. I'd like to say that I sent an email on Friday requesting a meeting. I would like to have an opportunity to sit down. I understand with sunshine laws we would need to do this individually with 4 or 5 people at each meeting to talk about our concerns about the upcoming code of conduct decision. So from now, between the next 14 days, please check your email and respond to me. I would appreciate that. The second thing I really want to ask about is, you know, you're talking about this new critical care guide. What are you going to replace the best practice policies with if you remove it? And I wanted to just point out really quickly a couple things that were said. Kathleen Morgan, your concern with the pronouns, they, them, is really just only a lack of education and guidance on your part from the changes that have been made in gender pronouns, and it's actually grammatically correct to not to use they, them versus he, her when trying to be gender neutral in forms and things like that. Maybe Chuck Bradley or somebody could help educate you on that, a little bit on that, so that you understand the importance of that. Do we have a critical care guide in place for all students? No, not all students are marginalized, Ms. Patrica and Gwen. And giving teachers the option about whether or not they want to participate is not equal. As Chuck Bradley said, all teachers will be educated. Should we ask teachers whether or not they want to participate with any children who do not have blue eyes? Something to consider. And Ms. Patrica, when you were asking about Title IX and clarification for lawyers, I would love to bring some legal teams in to come and discuss with you the importance and the questions that you have at that meeting. I do have that available to me, and I think it's also important to recognize that anything, if this is not included, legal things will come in. You will lose federal.
Thank you, Ms. Siscon. Next speaker, please.
You can remove it if you'd like.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Gillespie. I just wanted to bring to your attention, I'm sure you already have this, or at least the legal team does, it's the Parents' Bill of Rights through the state of Florida. On the cover page of that, it says, prohibiting the state, its political subdivisions, and other government entities or other institutions from obstructing or interfering with specific parental rights, providing construction, authorizing discipline of state employees or who encourage or coerce or attempt to encourage or coerce a minor child to withhold information from his parents, providing construction, and the list goes on. As part of this Bill of Rights, believe it or not, the state has given parents jurisdiction over the school in cases of religious education and morality. Nobody is going to stand up here and say it's okay to hate. I certainly won't. But it is going to be prudent for the school board, for all administrative staff, to understand that promoting the needs of a specific part of society over another part of society, not equality, not equity, but promoting the needs of or perceived needs is by definition discriminating against another party. So I'd like to review the Parental Bill of Rights, and I've got 34 seconds left. I just wanted to also mention that Ms. Fisher said a child who doesn't think properly doesn't necessarily know what battery is, or along those lines, if somebody doesn't understand those things. If we're going to assign confusion or lack of maturity in the cases of robbery, battery, fighting in school, then how can we possibly say that that same child knows what gender they are?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melanie Pena, and I'm now a graduating senior from Cape Coral High School. You may have seen my article up at the last meeting concerning this topic. I wrote the one about LGBTQ policies for my high school's newspaper. And regarding the poster, I just want to say that most of us students were not aware of it. Most of us who are aware of it now find nothing wrong with it. During this meeting, I went through the entire PDF for secondary schools and the Code of Conduct, and I made some specific notes. That's why I have my laptop here. So, I found that I understand that the poster shouldn't be in the code of conduct because it is a poster, but I think if you're going to take it out, you should replace it with something about gender identity or sexuality. And I know that some people in this room think that including sexual identity in a code of conduct is going to lead to more sexual harassment or something like that, but I assure you that is just an ignorant idea. It's not the truth. Concerning sexual harassment, I actually have a lot of thoughts on this. I think we need to be more specific with this and include specific processes and policies for students who have been sexually harassed or bullied, because I know so many students that I talk to and they tell me, this happened to me, I tried to go to the school board and nothing happened. So I think that's a big issue that needs to be focused on for this upcoming school year. We have one page on teen dating violence, and there's barely anything in it on like, how do you get the form? Who do you go to? Who do you talk to? What happens when you start this process? So I'm here today to advocate for students who have been sexually abused or who have been bullied, and in bullying includes the bullying because of sexual identity or orientation, because that wasn't really mentioned in the code of conduct, and it's one of the most common forms of bullying and one of the most dangerous ones. Thank you.
Will the following individuals please line up? Rick Stevens, Debbie Obarjartel, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, Linda Milligan, Tim Dews, and Robert Roper.
Hi, I'm Rose McBride. I'm addressing my remarks.
Miss McBride, just wait till your timer comes. Okay, you can move forward.
I'm addressing my remarks to those of you who identify as the leadership team of the Lee County School District. I commend to your attention a book written by the Pulitzer Prize-winning historian Doris Kearns Goodwin called Leadership. In it, she analyzes the lives and leadership styles of Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, FDR, and LBJ. The common thread in those four presidents' leadership style was empathy. Each one demonstrated empathy for those people whose lives they affected. I'm here to ask you to find empathy while you are working on and voting on the Student Code of Conduct. Particularly, try to dredge up empathy for those students who identify as LGBTQ+. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Horn from Estero. Regarding the bullying paragraph and why do we need to delineate in a sexual category, I would say because words matter and those things in that category are very different. They are not all sexual. Gender identity is different from gender expression, is different from sexual orientation, and lawsuits have been brought in each of those categories against students or against school boards and students, so they need to be separated out. And I'd like to know just, if someone will answer eventually, I know not tonight, but when that white paper and the critical code of support are done, where will they be? Will they be in the student code of conduct? Will they be given to all students? I'd just like to know how they'll get out there. And regarding the poster, I agree that the poster itself, or Equality Florida, is not the point. The point is that it talks about activities, dress codes, restrooms, identity, pronouns, school functions, and the clarity it gives in those paragraphs, I think, is important. Because, and why just LGBTQ? Not because they're a special group, but because they are a special needs group in a way. They have issues that other groups don't have. Historically, black students weren't told they couldn't bring a black student to the prom. Hispanics weren't told they couldn't use a certain restroom. Asians weren't told that being Asian was sinful. Those things all apply to one group, and that group therefore has some special need. It would be like saying to the physically or mentally needy children who have special programs for them, well, they shouldn't have special programs because why don't all the other students have those programs? I think it's a very similar case here. And I'd also like to say that our Constitution says that we are allowed freedom from religion, and schools and government are parts of government that should not make their decisions based on any one religion. Thank you.
Justice, come on.
Hi, my name's Linda Milligan, Lee County resident since 1981, mother of 4, grandmother of 11. During your discussions today, you did discuss about the bathrooms, and you said that there is no gender mix, and yet your policy says it's okay. Will that policy be changed? You say anti-discrimination for all students, but up until now, you've only put up posters regarding that one group. You said student interest groups are okay, but are they okay? And she just referenced it. I'm a Christian. There are Muslims, there are Jews, and there are LGBTQ. So LGBTQ gets to say that the rest of us don't have a voice. I need to know that student groups that have a different point of view can have meetings as well. And then lastly, I'd like to request that the school board please write down and post on your site why it is you feel schools should be involved in students' sexuality, so that the parents can see why you're even involved in something that is a family issue. Thank you.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Debbie Abjardal. Corporations require employees to take sexual harassment courses to ensure a safe work environment. And these are some of the key takeaways that I learned from this test. One of them is that perception and impact is what determines sexual harassment, not intent. Standard policies apply to any conduct that could potentially impact an employee's work environment. Employees are protected from sexual harassment actions subject to at work, regardless of source or harassment. And employees have a legal obligation to provide a harassment-free work environment and to prevent retaliation from occurring. If we have these kind of safeguards to protect a work environment, then why do we not care how uncomfortable children feel when their school environment is promoting these sexual issues and making a code of conduct that enables a child to choose a gender and allow them to decide which restroom or sport they want to use to be a part of? Remember, the perception and impact determine the sexual harassment. A child should not be made to feel there's something wrong with his or her gender at such an early age of development, or to present it as an option. There are great resources out there to help children with gender phobia. I go back to foundation and the Pledge of Allegiance that we always start with, that it is still one nation under God. God is the supreme authority in our nation who has determined gender as male and female. They are unique and different in a beautiful way. We need to stop allowing feelings and emotions to make up a new man-made rules that clearly the majority of children are not comfortable with, or their parents. You have seen that demonstrated here. I feel if we continue as a board to push these unhealthy agendas, you will open yourself up to multiple.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Afternoon, my name is Tim Dews. I have spoken to this board many times over the last months about the code of conduct and how we ought to keep the code of conduct the way it was. It was very explicit. It was very defined. And yet now I see that the board hasn't taken 2 steps backwards. You have taken 10 steps backwards. You are close to the closet now, and you're going to push these children back into the closet, and you're going to allow them to be bullied and harassed and literally driven to destruction. I apologize for some of the words I use, but you need to take the students into consideration. But now we're going to have this white paper we're going to give to teachers and administrators. The students are going to wonder, what happened to the code of conduct? What happened to all this? It doesn't matter anymore. Yes, it does. And I think what you're sending to the students and the teachers and the administrators is a very mixed message, which will get you in the courtroom more often than not. Thank you.
Will the following individuals please line up? Denise Nystrom, Greg Tomzak, Christine DiVigelli, Tara Jenner.
My name is Robert Roper, also known as Ward Cleaver. Your motto is personal, passionate, and progressive. We're beginning to see what progressive is all about. In October of last year, you tried to pass LGBTQ History Month. In April, you passed and observed a day of silence for LGBTQ+ without board approval and without public comment. October this coming year, LGBTQ History Month again. The posters, the policies are there, but there's a lot going along below the waterline in this deal. Board, you need to look at these people. They're your voters. You are elected to represent them, not Equality Florida, not your personal interest. You are the adults. You run the school board, not the students. I was at a loss for words for what I read in the Student Code of Conduct. Bold, brazen, disrespectful, insensitive, the audacity when it's obvious what the public wants, and then to actually go through and change gender pronouns to neutral 60 to 70 times. 60 to 70 times. To double down on it when you know the public is not in favor of this. The fact is, these pronouns changes are part of a larger LGBTQ agenda given to the Lee County School Board staff from one of the most powerful political organizations in the state of Florida. This is politics to the core. It does not belong in the classroom. Parental rights now prevail over politics. I sent each of you chapter and verse of the terminology that needs to be changed. Here is from Equality Florida on how to hide genders. Here's the exact form from Equality Florida that you're using. Same thing here. 350,000 voters. They talk about Second Amendment, abortion rights, things that...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Rick Stevens. I find myself amazed at some of the things that I've heard today and wondering who actually runs our school board. I think we all agree that all of our students need our respect and our support and our help, that they can grow up and become mature, contributing members of our community. I think we all agree that all of the stakeholders need to be heard, and I appreciated that being mentioned. I hope all stakeholders are indeed heard. My concern, though, is that what stakeholders will be given the most weight as you make your decisions. It still seems apparent that while we all agree to treat our students well, that the stakeholders that are being heard loudest are the ones that have the strongest voices, loudest voices from outside Lee County. And I would urge the board to listen to the parents of the students of Lee County and let that voice be your guide. I've heard regularly from school board members saying we have to follow this law or that law. None of us wants to be lawless, but none of us wants to follow a law that is an unjust law or is not appropriate. And we all want local control of our schools, so if we are to have local control, we expect the school board to stand up for the local stakeholders' viewpoint. In spite of what the law says, that's why we have courts and lawyers to overturn laws that are inappropriate and that the citizens resist. Sometimes you need to take a stand for that which is right. So I hope in all of what you listen to, you will listen to the voices of the people of Lee County and weigh them heaviest in your decision making. If you cannot do that, then at least promote the Hope Scholarship widely and loudly, because all students who find themselves harassed, threatened, or bullied can find a different school, and when they do, it will help your overcrowding problem. Why not take a chance, do the right thing?
Denise Nystrom, I want to know, are boys still going to be allowed in the girls' bathrooms? Because having stall walls that come to the floor is different than having girls' rooms and boys' rooms. Are boys still going to be allowed to play on girls' sports teams? Are the teachers pre-K to 12 going to integrate gender studies into the curriculum? And are you going to send letters to all 96,000 families to let them know what is in the Code of Conduct so that they have the choice to either opt in or opt out and not find out later that there was something going on in the school district that they did not know about? And while we're speaking about discrimination, let's talk about the over 100 portables that our students of color and Hispanics have been taught in year after year after year, with nothing on the horizon to build a high school for them or a middle school for them that they deserve. If you want to talk about inequity, that is inequity. And if you want to make somebody feel invaluable, send them to school day after day in a portable. Our students of color and our Hispanic students, that is deplorable. And that is insensitive. I will agree that you need to follow the laws, SB 582, SB 2006, and SB 2012, and update the Code of Conduct accordingly. And in the words of Mary Fisher, our children are not capable of thinking like adults, yet we are treating our young children as though they are capable. They should have 3 Code of Conducts, if you're not one, ever should there be one. There should be something on the pre-K, elementary level, the middle school level, and the high school level. Thank you.
Well, my name is Greg Tomczak with Safe Families and Cummins Yard Ministries. We feed the homeless. I see a lot of the issues of what has gone on in the last 2 or 3 decades that is transpiring to come to work now, as far as having to fix things and help people through things. It has been spoken that these children are too young to make decisions by one of the board members, and that we want to try to influence them by giving them special rights to certain groups, when in our state and federal laws speaks that it keeps it legally spoken to where of religion or of sex. The need to be able to try to identify all these different specialty things, you're giving homage to those who want to try to be the same but yet are different, and however you want to try to explain it. I think you're opening a can of worms as far as allowing this to come into our schools when education, our over the world, as far as our education level needs to be raised, not worrying about pronouns and trying to remove words from there. All this going on here seems like a lot of wasted time when things aren't being addressed in 7 months, but yet we're working on pronouns, we're working on all these other things. It seems like it's a pretty dysfunctional organization for what I've been watching in the last couple of months. A lot of this stuff to me is may have been out there, but it was not out there as far as the public being aware of some of this information that has been brought forward. And I just hope you reconsider all your decisions that you'll be making in advance.
Will the following individuals please line up? Amy Moore, Bob Schultz, Linda Schultz, Sharon Mady, John Mady, Corey Dye, Nancy Turin.
Ready to wait for the thing or just start talking? Thank you. Christine DiVigili. Regarding RSM and the booster complaints, it is highly suspect that Patrica is fighting so hard not to use RSM because their review hasn't been done yet. I would think that she would want everything to be done to ensure that complaints made against board members are handled to the very best of the district's ability. About the Code of Conduct, on page 38, Tier 2, Use of social, used to be studies, but now it's stories, to reteach. What is the district's definition of a social story? Is there an example of this somewhere for public viewing? What else? I'd like the board to reconsider adding the 2 additional levels to the existing behavior plan and instead add to the current 3 levels as needed. Will the table of contents be amended to include the changes to the current 3 levels to add the levels 4 and 5? Also, pages 49 and 50. Why is petty theft listed on both behaviors levels 1 and 2, but not listed at all on the discipline quick reference guide? I think, how much time do I have? All right, when voting on codes of conduct on June 8th, I think that Mary Fisher should recuse herself from voting. She sits on the Equality Florida School Board Advisory Committee and has special interests in the LGBTQ+ community, as is easy to see by performing a very simple internet search. This makes her position on this topic partisan and poses a direct conflict of interest. Ms. Fisher is also the person that initiated this whole topic when she proposed the LGBTQ History Month in October of last year. As much as we would like to believe that all of this controversy is about discrimination or protecting the vulnerable, the unfortunate reality is that what we're dealing with is political partisan issues, not an issue of human rights. Thank you.
Tara Jenner, as is often the case, we have an awful lot of items on the agenda and even more and more limited time to be able to address you. So anything that I cannot address in this spoken opportunity, I'm going to be following up in writing. I'd like to start off with the pre-employment drug testing that was mentioned earlier. If student interaction is in a safety-sensitive position when you're dealing with a teacher, then what possibly could be? You don't need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to test people and screen them. You can spend $4 to $6 for a simple screening cup, and then you can decide from there. It doesn't require a great deal of money. I suggest very strongly that you get someone who handles opioid use and other controlled substances as part of their medical practice to give you some guidance and advice on how to best handle that particular approach. When we're dealing with the code of conduct, let's just start off with one thing. Parents don't give up their rights when they leave their children at the schoolhouse door. That's paramount. And so one of the things that needs to be added to your notification of parental rights is the very fact that they do have the primary authority and control over their students. Currently, you have parents opting out of certain things, specifically offerings of instruction of disease. I'm assuming you're dealing with HIV, but I can see you wrapping in COVID down the line, and reproductive health. Personally, I don't see anything at all in reproduction that involves mouths and other portions coming in contact with one another, so I don't see it as reproductive health. We need to flip this. It doesn't need to be an opt-out. It needs to be an opt-in. You need to give the parents the initial authority, and they need to grant you permission to step into the arena that is theirs and theirs alone. As much as I'm not particularly fond of going from the he, she pronouns, at least get your quantities to match and have all of your students match your they, thems, not student and they, them. I'll forward this with some additional comments.
Hi, my name is Amy Moore. I'm a mother of 2 students that go to Three Oaks Middle School. I just wanted to say that as far as parent conduct or parental rights, I don't feel that we sacrifice our rights as parents to allow people to have control medically over my children and what is best for them as far as medical decisions. Masks are a medical device as defined by the FDA, and I do not believe that anybody should have a right to hinder my student from breathing oxygen, which...
Excuse me, ma'am, you can only speak on an item that was brought before the board in today's agenda, because this is a briefing.
Okay, so I just wanted to say also that I believe that you we're talking about the vendors that supply things for the schools. I wanted to know what regulations you have as far as disclosing the chemicals that are in the sanitizers, the regulations as far as masks, has anybody investigated what is healthy for the children, what is safe for the children, them coming into contact with these things? My children have personally...
Again, ma'am, only on the agenda items for this meeting, because this is a briefing.
I'm talking about the vendors. You have no management regarding vendors, no tracking regarding the vendors' changes. That means that you have no regulation as far as what's being used in your schools. And there's no accountability. There's no...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Bob Schultz. Starting with, here's a book that was written by Abigail Shrier. It's Irreversible Damage, the Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters. And it is damaging. You know, once they start taking that testosterone and they get top surgery and they decide that it doesn't help, they can't reverse it. Anyway, in the book, it's got the statistic of before 2007, only 1 in 10,000 people had this gender dysphoria, and now you got probably 10, 20% in some classrooms that are claiming it. And that's because it's a craze. What you're doing is you're indoctrinating these kids. The goal should be to teach politics rather than to indoctrinate students in a narrow set of political beliefs, like critical race theory, critical gender theory, social justice, intersectionality. You know, these kids, that think that they're the opposite sex, that's not rational. They don't need affirmation, they need counseling. You should be counseling them and sending them back to their parents to get proper counseling. Remember, freedom means to do what is right. You have the freedom to do what is right, not the freedom to do what is wrong. To do all manner of sin is not freedom, it's bondage. Jesus said that if you're ever sinned, you're a slave to sin. You keep practicing sin over and over and over, you're a slave to it. And what we really need is a revival in this country. We need to get back to biblical principles.
Sir, next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sharon Mady, and I apologize to the school board because I've not paid any attention whatsoever to our schools or what is being taught, just very, very little. And I'd like to apologize for that. I have woken up. The last 2 meetings I've been to are shocking to me, absolutely shocking. And I watched a film that I wish I hadn't seen. And it was talking about what the school is is already introducing to our kindergartners up through the 12th grade. It's appalling to me. I'm awake, and I'm going to do everything that I really know to do and will be taught to do, because I'm going to learn. I couldn't speak to you as some of these have already done. Even the things that were up on the board, they have initials that you have to be in the know to know what it means. And I don't know those things, but I will. And I'll be much more informed to express my opinions and my convictions. I can tell you this, I will be much more active on social media, and I will expose that film that is being taught to our children. And I can assure you there will be many shocked people when they see it. Also, I'd like to tell you that I will be praying for you all. It's a tough job. It's not an easy job, and in this complicated world, I don't know how you even come to any decisions. And so I'm going to be praying for you. I know that you have a meeting coming up June the 6th, and I believe it is, or June the 8th. But I'm going to be praying for you and for the decisions that you must come to.
Wow, she's tough. I thought that was quite a show you put on the last time that I was here.
Excuse me, sir, if you can please state.
Those kids.
Excuse me, sir, if you can please state your name.
I'm sorry.
Your
My
name?
name is John Mady.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you put my time back on?
Yes, sir, we will.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Just give us 1 second, please.
It was paused, sir. You can move forward.
All right. But I was really surprised at the show you put on last time, bringing all those kids in here. Rather than promoting and in promoting what they're doing and how they're feeling, which was your own fault as a school board. You may not have been here when they were in the lower grades, but somebody started them thinking the way they're thinking, and now they're thinking wrongly. You can't possibly assume that they're going to be thinking like that. Real, genuine science says that they're like that. Their thinking stops like that after age 20. So why not give them a chance? I never heard of anyone when I was a kid going around saying, hey, I'm homosexual. Hey, I'm heterosexual. Nobody thought about anything like that. And now you're starting to push it in the lower grades. I'll tell you what, we're coming for your seats on this board. We're not going to just sit out here and keep talking to you. We're coming for your seats on the board. And there's a lot of us coming because we're waking up to what you're doing. There was a little boy who asked his mom, Mom, where did I come from? And she explained in 15 minutes where he came from. And he said, oh, I was just wondering because Bobby came from New York.
Corey Dye. In the name of equality, I mean, we sure are marginalizing blacks, Jews, Asians. Man, that was crazy. Discrimination. So in that clarity on Title IX, it would have been great, Ms. Patrica, if you clarified with us what exactly is described in discrimination. Because gender pronouns and this preference and that preference aren't inside a Title IX requirement. Non-discrimination is. And to the young lady, that sort of behavior should have never happened. No person deserves to be sexually harassed, bullied, mistreated. The term non-discrimination kind of means that you, me, her, him, she are all the same. We walk in a building and we are equal to. Plain and simple. No different when we start a track race, right? We all start from the same line. Your time finished is up to you. Put your effort forward. Let's walk into buildings and teach these kids that, hey, the race starts today and we're all starting the same. Where you end up is your choice. Not, oh, here, you need this? I'm black. I don't need to stand any taller than any white kid in this city. Let's compete head up. You beat me, you beat me. It's eager determination. Let's teach kids that. Non-discrimination, his, hers, and all this other stuff, right? You're already protected. Let's stop opening stuff up. Now who's going to protect the teacher that makes a mistake? Because they don't understand. They can't get it. She just said she has no idea about the different pronouns. Now who's going to protect that teacher? Now our district is opened up, all because of this. And I think Fisher should recuse herself for being a part of a PAC. That's illegal.
Nancy Terreri. What I heard here today, actually, maybe I've heard wrong, but what I understand is the best policies and practices that are currently protecting LGBTQ youth will no longer be widely shared. They're basically still in existence, but now we're not going to share them with everybody anymore. The only people we're going to share them with are going to be administrators and school counselors. And maybe I misunderstood, I hope so. It sounds like they're being removed from the code of conduct. So if kids are being bullied because they don't understand, yes, there's something in bullying, but it's not all of these different points that are currently in there will not be included, I understand, in next year's code of conduct, because even the administrator training guidance will not be ready for next year's school year. Also, the reason I heard for these changes is that we're trying to make them palatable and that we want to ensure that our schools follow federal and state law. I didn't hear much talk about the fact that this is the best for our students, and I did hear in other meetings how much it was important to protect these vulnerable LGBTQ students. And I didn't hear much about that today. I heard how the board wants to protect themselves in a sense, and I find it very sad. I hope you'll reconsider. It's devastating for many of our children and their families, and you can hear some of the horrible things that were just said today. Not all the speakers, but a few of them really don't understand. They're back in the 1940s, and this is what you're going to give our children in terms of what they'll be hearing from other students, from their parents. These kids are in danger, and I implore you to keep the information clear in the code of conduct. Change it.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, that concludes public comments.
Thank you. Well, at first I want to thank everyone who came today. Everyone has their own point of view, which is very important for you to share. I know we're always told that they're coming after us. You know, as a taxpayer, as a grandmother, as a parent, as a aunt, and with multiple family members in this community, my job is to make sure that we are watching over everybody. And this is the code of conduct. It is not an LGBTQ policy. It is the code of conduct. Student code of conduct is what we're working on. And I think we lose sight of that. And I just want everybody to, and we will be bringing it back again, but it is, you know, we're trying to do the best for our students, for every single child. Whether you believe that or not, that is, I know me personally, and I do believe that my colleagues up here all feel the same, and that's why we're here. We're not here for anything else, but for that reason. I do want to say that we do follow the Florida Sunshine States as far as the what we teach in the schools. There's so much on here. I just appreciate, and I'll definitely go back and look at those pages that were page 49, 50, 38, all of those that that have been spoken about. The moment of silence was not something that was promoted by the school, by the district. It was a piece of information that was given out. So if, in fact, this did take place at the school, they would understand why. The administration would understand why. And our students, whether you know it or not, they have voices. They participate in community. They're always out there. Especially certain schools. I know Cape Coral is one of those schools. Those children, they have their own TED Talk. They are engaged with what is going on. Their seniors are graduating. They will be productive citizens of our community. And, you know, one day they may be our doctors or attorneys. Who knows what they're going to be, but I know they're going to be something fabulous. But I do appreciate you all being here. And, you know, just come, you know. Everybody has the right to voice their opinion, so thank you for sharing. And with that, I know we have a celebration today at 5, but I'm going to move for public for comments, and I'm going to start with
I'll
you,
save
Ms.
my comments
Patrica.
for tonight, but I do have to pull the resolution from tonight because it has not been placed on a separate part of the agenda, and I refuse to approve any more resolutions. So I asked for it 2 weeks ago. It didn't happen, so I'm going to pull it tonight. I apologize for not giving you the 24 hours notice, but I have in fact given you months of notice. So just heads up, I'm pulling that.
Ms. Patrica, I do believe that there is a section called resolution on the agenda. I'll double check. I believe that the resolutions are in their own section now.
They are in their own section, but they're approved as part of the consent agenda, and that's why they need to be pulled.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
I'll reserve my comments because I want to be on time for the longevity celebration to honor our long-serving teachers and staff. Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn, are you still with us? Ms. Vaughn? Maybe she's on her way in. Ms. Gittens?
I will reserve until tonight because we need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
So I will reserve, but I'm going to make one comment, and that is to ask each of you if it is okay for us to move back to the prior configuration at the dais. I need the permission of the board members for that to happen. So I'm asking if you believe that it's time to move all of us back to the board table.
Does that mean I have to sit by it? We're good with that.
Is everybody spayed and neutered or what?
We cannot ask that, but
Okay.
I think do we have consensus on that?
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you. I think that's a great idea. That way everybody is seen. Mr. Pre-Bruno?
I have none.
Thank you. Dr. Atkins?
Sorry, just a couple real quick things. One is just, again, student code of conduct is still the student code of conduct. I mean, you're talking about the Equality Florida posters being removed from it, and you can see that from the attachments, which is part of the agenda. The guidance that I was referring to is guidance that we always put out to administrators every single year. The new thing is the guide that's being developed, the critical support guide. That's for next year. So hopefully that clarifies student code of conduct, and all the policies relevant to it are still there. Good cause items. I have two this evening that I need to bring forward. One is approval of the Second Amendment of Memorandum of Understanding with Lee Health for COVID rapid testing. The amendment has to do with vaccines. And so approval of the Second Amendment, it's a partnership with Lee Health that will expand the partnership offering administration of COVID-19 vaccines to the pediatric population of Lee County pursuant to CDC guidelines. Again, this is all, of course, volunteer, so please do not think that we're mandating that. That's just working with our partner to provide it to those who would like it. Good calls. The second one has to do with graduations. It's just an increase in price at Hertz of $3,000. So I'm going to be bringing that forward. That has to do with moving from ice to non-ice for graduation. So I'll be bringing those forward this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Graduations on skates might be fun.
Ms. Gittens, you have one real quick thing?
Just one quick for my colleagues. We need to really consider the timeline for advertisements, for interviewing, and I don't know if I bring that up tonight, but we really have to make a decision as to when we do the interviews, post them the next day, and then wait a day or so to put them out for the public to see.
Yeah,
and I can bring that up later.
Thank you, and I was going to bring that up later as well, so that's perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned for 3 minutes, and then we come back for longevity.